All right, ETM Hotep to everyone who's watching, all 22,000 viewers that we have. Man, we are definitely climbing the ranks, 22,000 viewers. But ETM Hotep, this is your brother Wujahu, and I am with other members of the Seshu Ma'ani Medu Netcher. And yes, that's what we call ourselves, the Seshu Ma'ani Medu Netcher, which is what you see on the screen. For those who may not know the meaning of our name, why we chose it, and information, the backdrop, and everything about it, you can go to seshmedunetcher.com. We have a landing page for the group on there. It's a whole section for the Seshu Mani Medu Netcher, and we break down the meaning of our name, where it comes from, and why we chose it. All right, so we did a whole show long ago on our name and everything. But recently, a few people have asked me about it. So, and I pointed them to the website. So that's seshmedunetcher.com. And it's a whole section, Seshu Mani Medu Netcher. You click on it and you'll read up on it. But just to give you a summary, our name is attested in the Egyptian text. And basically, the Seshu Mani Medu Netcher was a group of scribes that the kings can consult for research. All right. And they did it for several different reasons. And, there's different instances where you'll find that being done. All right. But it's all explained on the website. All right. And so that's our logo, which is a scribe kneeling in a scribal position, writing, tentatively learning. As they say, recite by day and write by night. And so this is what we do. All right. And the patron deities of the scribal profession is male and female, or masculine and feminine. On the left, you have Seshat. On the right, you have Jehudi. And Seshat's name itself means she who scribes. It's a feminine form of the word Sesh, Seshet, but most people say Seshat. And then Jehuti is the possessor, owner, lord, or master of divine words, Neb Medu Netcher. All right. So, and by the way, these are the only two deities that write and read. If you never notice that or pay attention, when you look at Egyptian texts, just notice that none of the deities read or write, except for Seshat and Jehudi. All right. So, we could say that the other deities are illiterate, but that's not their function. So, it's just, these deities are responsible for that. So, just running my mouth a little bit, giving people a chance to come on in. But I'm going to pass the mic over so everyone else in here on the panel can introduce themselves. And by the way, we're going to open up the panel. I'm going to post the link because we want to have a open discussion about the topics that you see. So I'm going to revisit it after everybody introduces themselves. So I'll pass on the mic.
Hotep, Renee, ETM Hotep, Renee Antoine Jermaine Clark, aka Hush Your Mouth, Uncle John Sinet. Looking forward to getting in with a little conversation. I did want to add something like we won't see the netters or deities writing. Most of the time, you'll just see words spoken by.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else? We passing the mic.
Like blood, Hotep avec E, when E imitate, and yeah, just looking forward to the show. It's good discussion.
ETM Hotep, welcome and peace, everybody. It's your brother June. Just want to say thanks for tuning in. We appreciate all the support. Check out the description if you need any of our links. All right, hope you guys enjoy the show. Hotep.
ETM Hotel, Renee Sean. Welcome in peace. My name is Sean. Appreciate everybody for tuning into the show tonight. Look forward to the bill, man. Hope y'all guys are ready for the rap.
All right. So other members may be joining us a little later. So what is the title? So remember, this is an open discussion. So I am going to be posting the link. So if everyone is invited to participate in the discussion. We enforce good communication etiquette. Of course, two people can't talk at the same time. That's really bad for business. That's bad for the audience. And you can't really accomplish anything. So we don't condone that at all. And we don't disrespect anyone or each other. All right. So other than that, everybody's welcome. And we want to have an open discussion. We enjoy the interaction with the chat and the panelists and everything. So here are the topics that we want to openly discuss. The first topic is Asar Imhotep and Joshua Cain. With that topic, for those who may not know, almost 3 years ago, a brother named Joshua Cain did a video critiquing Asar Imhotep's book called Nisud Bidi. And so recently, last week, Asar finally invited the brother onto his YouTube channel platform, and spent the almost 3 hours going through the first 30 minutes of his video, of Joshua's video. Okay, and he was basically addressing the critiques that Joshua was giving about his book based on the video. So if you all have seen it, we could chime in and have a conversation about that. What did you think about it? About that particular recent discussion between Asar and Joshua. So that's that. The second topic we want to openly discuss is the Kemetic Shrine Wars. Now, by Kemetic Shrine Wars, what I mean, or what we mean, is the climate and the conversations that have been going back and forth between a few players. And so I'm gonna name the people just to identify what we're talking about and who's involved. But this is not to say positive or negative. But so we have the elder Baba Heru, we have Jabari, we have the brother Reggie, we have the brother Garfield, and we have the brother Unk, and we have the brother Sanjeti as of recently, as far as his name coming into the mix of it. So those are the people whose names stick out in the conversations involving the Kemetic Shrine Wars. And we're only calling it Shrine Wars is because there's tension that has been built up and everything. So we want to discuss that and see how hopefully things will work itself out and everything. All right. So, and shout out to Garfield. I see Garfield is in the chat right now. And then shout out to everybody who's in the chat. Don't have time to do a full roll call, but we appreciate everybody who's chiming in. And remember, I'm gonna give a link out in a second. Okay, so the next topic is scope and agency. So what's meant by that is, in conversations, especially the conversations that we all have online on the social media and all these different platforms, we have to start to be more acquainted with the scope of conversations and agencies. So, like for example, when you're talking about topics that would be classified as religious topics, you have to define terms precisely, especially polarized terms that are very ambiguous. And so you have to begin the conversation by creating working definitions that will govern the entire conversation. And it creates a scope of the conversation where you can't step outside and interject something that's foreign to the conversation. And if we were to become better at doing that, it will cut down on 90% of these arguments that we see in the so-called conscious community. And so I want to talk about that scope and agency and how that's done, and give some examples on what people could do to practice that. Okay, because I'm telling you, it's really driving things crazy. So that's one thing. And then we have a transliteration translation. If it depends on how the conversations go, we're gonna share a picture and transliterate and translate. Somebody emailed, and we're gonna just put our mind to it, because demonstration beats conversation. People who doubt that we can do these kind of things, like I always say, we're ready. We stay ready. All right. So having said that, does anybody on the panel so far have anything to say before I post this link up? Nope.
No, not really.
All right. So I'm gonna post the link, and we're gonna begin the conversation. But I'm gonna post the link. Yeah, and by the way, it was crazy because before we even started the show, somebody had thumbed down the video, and that's the kind of crazy things that go on in this community. It's like how you gonna thumb down? See, a person that does that is the same person that would try to critique a book without even reading it. So it's just crazy out here. It's crazy in these YouTube streets, boy. All right, so I'm gonna post the link. Let me post that up. And then it's dead air. We need a rapper rapping on dead air. But I'm gonna kick off the conversation though with Asar and Joshua Kane. That topic. So posting the link. All right, so the first topic up: Asar Imhotep and Joshua Kane. Now I haven't said, and I didn't put Asar Imhotep versus Joshua Kane because that would be a mischaracterization for that. I just say the conversation between Asar Imhotep and Joshua Kane. Okay, so let's just start there. Okay, somebody came in pretty quick.
That's good to clear up though, because the video was about his critique. It wasn't necessarily about his new book or things in the book. It was about Joshua's critique of the book.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. And that's important. It wasn't a debate. So let's start there. So the conversation between Asar Imhotep and Joshua Kane was not a debate. All right. And they made that clear, or Asar made that clear in the video. But you had to have been kind of following along a little bit to really understand everything. But just to reiterate, about almost 3 years ago, the brother Joshua did a video critiquing Asar's book Nisud Biti. But now the environment and climate around his critique is that Joshua Kane is a member of Team Osiris. And Team Osiris as a team have bumped heads with members of the Amara Squad for quite a while now on various different issues. And so when Joshua did his video almost 3 years ago, it was in step with these various different disagreements between members of both different groups. Asar Imhotep being the issue with this particular one. And so Asar wrote the book Nisud Biti in 2016. Joshua did his video, I believe, in 2017. Okay, so let me make sure. I'm looking for the book. 1 second. Yeah. All right. So I just want to make sure that I'm not misspeaking here. So yeah, he published this in 2016. All right. So it's 2016 publication. All right. And so what Asar did was he addressed every point that Joshua made in the video, but he only worked with the first 30 minutes of it. So every point Joshua brought up within that 30 minutes, Asar pulled up and he played the audio or the video verbatim, and then he paused it, and then he addressed what the brother Joshua said in the video, and then he played the next clip and addressed that one, and so on and so on and so on. And he gave an opportunity for Joshua to respond to his response of him. Okay, and so just some comments on that. I think that was a very good way to do that, because by Assar doing that, it allowed the brother who critiqued him to explain, expound, and even clarify his critique, which is unlike what the brother did with Assar. So the brother made the video critiquing Assar's book without Assar being present. But Assar chose to invite the brother to be present when he responds. So I thought that was a very good thing to do, a very good move to make. And it just serves a better, a whole better outcome. Okay? So I thought that was good. So what do y'all think? Because I don't want to do all the talking, because, you know, it's a lot to say about it. But I mean, people could watch the video. But let's just start there. The format. What do y'all think about the format that Assar had set up?
I agree with the format. I think that when he extended the invitation, it was right. I mean, you know, after all the dialogue that has taken place since the video and chasing around trying to instigate the conversation, it finally came to a halt. And it was a good opportunity to actually deal with it. But he gave Joshua an opportunity to do what he needed to do, so it wouldn't look like he was just talking to himself and presenting whatever he wanted to do as a response, because he could have just did it and did it that way. But like you said, by having him up there, that was really strategic from that perspective, because now Josh can't say he didn't say that. Or in real time, Josh would have to admit if, you know, he may have misspoke or he may have said something, or you can kind of get a feel for his character if he was to hide behind something that was said in the video, or if he just clearly just misrepresented or miscomprehended what he was reading. So I think that kind of like set the tone, like, you know, you can't run now, or you can't make any claims outside of this, because we're just dealing with your claims.
Right. Yep. Anybody else?
I think it was also strategic in the fact that, like you said, he made the video almost two to 3 years ago, and so the fact that Assar finally had time to delve into the conversation after finishing up his most recent book, that made it strategic in the fact that he got a chance to address that as far as marketing, and also strategic in the fact that, like Sean said, now that I have you here, because he could have, like you said, Sean could have made a video addressing everything he said, but it almost be like a waste of time, because then we're going to sit back and go back and forth with videos. Here it is, come together, whatever your points are, you say your points, and then we can address those specific points. I would have loved to have something done like that with Walter Williams or what have you, when we're discussing Netcher or what have you, where you can actually have a conversation with that individual. That way, they can learn, you can learn, and then you can kind of come to some consensus on what information is relevant for the growth of both people.
Right. Anyone else on that point?
Yeah, so I don't know if Asar actually meant to do this, but I think it was a good opportunity to show Joshua King just how it's supposed to be done. Like he said, if he had actually approached Asar before, like how you would do it in a scholarly manner, where you read a book, and if you're lucky enough that you have access to the author, because most people don't, if you have access to the author, then if there's some things that you are in disagreement on, or you don't agree with, or if you don't understand, then you contact the author, and then if you're lucky enough, the author might have a sit down with you, like Asar did on the video, and then you would go over those points where you're not clear, like why is this? Okay, why did you do this? Or Asar would be like, well, look at the footnotes. We have this. Where is the dictionary? Where I didn't see any dictionary. Asar would be like, okay, right there, go on this page. You see that? That's the dictionary. So things like that. And then in that sense, it actually would have, if that actually had transpired as it usually does in academic fields, what happens is that the person who contacts the author or the professor or whatever actually, in a way, has a door open for them where they can actually get to study more under the professor or the author, depending on how that interaction goes. If it's a good interaction, then the person might get to learn. And I think most people have actually had that. If you've gone to college, or some people, I don't know if Asar has also had that. Maybe that's how he's got to have different doors open to him, where you end up interacting with people, and then you end up learning more, and then they open doors for you where you end up working with them in other projects, or they get to look at your projects after that. So then it doesn't end up to be that combative stuff, because you don't want to be like, you don't want to waste a good opportunity. So I think in that sense, that was one way of Asar Imhotep showing Joshua Kane how that conversation would have gone if that was the approach they would have taken, or Joshua Kane would have taken before. And I think he actually missed a good opportunity, because he seemed to be interested in learning linguistic, and if they had the right person right there 3 years back and right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm gonna say I definitely agree with what Emeka said. I believe that when you got these authors who you have contact with, Facebook or what have you, reach out to them. You could have book club, book discussions, even to the point where you wrote this in your book. I don't understand this, or I don't get this. Let's sit down and chat, or let's have a discussion. Because I think it's a good chance to build, and then we have to be going back and forth or be enemies with people, or with each other, as a more, using it more or less to build from each other. So also in the time that he had too, instead of making a video, he could have easily put something up on Academic U, or put something up in print or publishing that addressed his concerns. I think people have more respect for that when you put the stuff down on paper. That way you can actually look at it, review it, and then go back to it, as opposed to watching these videos with rhetoric.
Yeah, and that's what I was gonna say is the normal practice in scholarship is to actually put your thoughts on paper, because by putting your thoughts on paper, you're committing to your position, your stance, and then two, no one can misquote you, or no one can lie on you, or if they were to misquote you, you have a record that you can show and demonstrate that you've been misquoted, and things like that. And then also on paper, you're able to really expound and flesh out, in a full treatment on what it is that you're arguing for or against. And so the best approach is to do it in writing. And that's the way that we did it when it came to the question of whether or not the hieroglyphic writing system have been deciphered. We wrote a whole text to refute every single claim made by Professor Walter Williams, point for point. We left nothing for chance at all. We did that book in two parts. Part one was to educate people on things that they need to know to even understand our rebuttal. And then part two was the actual rebuttal. And so we adopted that approach. Now, it's okay to do critiques in a video format, but people just have to understand that that's limited. That's more limited, and you're more handicapped when you do things that way. All right, for those reasons. And so that's normally how it does. And another example of how it should be done, or the better approach of doing it, is between Asar Imhotep and the brother Wesley Muhammad of the Nation of Islam. They have an ongoing debate right now in written form, publications. Aluja Volume 1 addresses Wesley Muhammad's claim, and then Wesley Muhammad came back and wrote a book said Ra is Allah or something, why Assar-Motep is wrong or whatever the case is. And now Asar is addressing Wesley Muhammad again in his recent book, Aluja Volume 2. All right. A whole chapter and stuff is dedicated to dealing with Dr. Wesley Muhammad. So that's how it's done. You know, that's the best approach to do these kinds of things. So yeah, so that's that. But now when it came to the critique, some move forward with their discussion. The overall point. Well, let me ask y'all on the panel. What do you think Asar's overall point or theme was in his sit down with Joshua? What was the takeaway? What was the point that Asar was driving home? What do y'all think that was?
Go ahead, Sean.
Oh man. The main theme was there's a poor research methodology and reading comprehension, and committing a logical fallacy because you cannot demonstrate your work. It's those things. Those are the emphasis. Those are the main emphasis. Like every point that was mentioned by Josh, those three things kept coming up. What is your method? Can you demonstrate that method? Did you demonstrate it? And you just appealed to authority, and it was just curtains. So it really didn't look like a critique to me. It just looked more so like an opinion.
All right. Anybody have anything else about what, so the question again, what was the repetitive or theme or takeaway point that Asar, that you got from watching the video from Asar's perspective?
I think, Sean hit it on the nail pretty much. It's just like, all right, I got an issue with your book, but the issue I have is because such and such said this. Well, based on what such and such said, can you demonstrate why that person is accurate or why that person is correct as opposed to me? Oh, you can't? You're just going to go back off of what they said? It's the same thing with Netcher, where someone might be like, all right, what's this say? If I sit here and take this time to show you what this says, at what point or how can you prove to me that it doesn't say what I just told you it said? You can't demonstrate that to me. And so it's almost wasting my time to go back and forth with you when you can't demonstrate your disagreement. And so that's what Asar wants to bring to the table as far as you guys come up, or different people come with these different arguments. And they don't agree. They don't agree because they support somebody else, which is fine, but at least have a demonstration that you can prove or put forth to show other people why you disagree, as opposed to such and such said this.
Right. So I'm gonna
plus.
Okay. Well, before you say something, let me just ask the chat. I'm gonna ask you all in the chat, because I can see the chat, and I've been putting a link in. So if you want to join the panel, everyone's invited. Based on our rules of engagement, is just to be respectful and don't talk over each other. But I want to ask the chat the same question. What do you all feel was Asar's? What is your takeaway from Asar's point of view, based on the sit down? What was the thing that Asar kept pointing out or driving home, or what was the theme from Asar's perspective? So I'm gonna ask the chat that, and then I'm gonna ask the same thing on Joshua's perspective. But go ahead, Emeka, you were saying something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that pretty much what Sean said, and how Hashimout expanded on it. But to speak on what Sean said on methodology, just to kind of demonstrate really on that part, because that was very crucial, was you have a book and you have complaints, you have issues with some things in the book that that are in the book, but you're overlooking them, you don't see them. So that was on those points that Asar actually illustrated. It was very clear that the book was actually used for decoration pretty much, because some of the issues that that the brother Joshua had with things in there were actually in there. What he was looking for were actually in there, you know. And but it was even sadder because, you know, when that is pointed out to you, it's good to acknowledge them, like, yeah, I was wrong on this part. But you know, he did acknowledge on the first part, but going along in the video, there was a lot of places where he was like, you know, he could have just said, yeah, I overlooked that, I skimmed through that, I didn't see this. And that's that's very, very, very strange. Like, you criticize a book that you actually haven't read properly, so you're thinking like something is not there, but it's there. I don't know how that happened over and over again.
Mm-hmm. So right. So
Right.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
There was even a part of the conversation where Joshua had asked Asar to prove what he was saying, and at that point, I was thinking to myself, like, those are the type of questions you ask before you do a critique.
Exactly. And so I guess based on, and I'm reading the comments, and the comments that people made are in agreement with what, you know, you all have said. And so from Asar's side, Asar was pointing out, as you all said, that Joshua lacked reading comprehension skills, and he demonstrated that because Asar showed some things in the book that Joshua should have been able to comprehend, and he gave examples. For instance, there was a map where Joshua had accused of Asar of claiming that there was a migration from India coming back to the Levant, and so on, and he said that he searched everywhere and he only saw a particular map, but Asar has cited his own work where the National Geographic map was actually used and cited. So that was an oversight on the part of Joshua, and that Asar pointed out. And then there was a couple of other things on the same in the same lane. Like one that sticks out in my mind was the bonus clip that he played at the end, where Asar is talking about the word Asar or Wasir or Osiris itself. And in talking about that, there was a point where Asar consulted native speakers of Nilotic classified languages, Duluo specifically, and dictionaries. But the brother Joshua accused Asar of not using a dictionary, not consulting a professional, and only consulting a native speaker. And they downplayed a native speaker, or he downplayed a native speaker as if, you know, native speakers, you know, that it's not really reliable, and that they would have preferred to consult a professional, and so on and so forth. So Asar pointed that out right there in the footnotes. He had the dictionary, the name of the dictionary, and even showed a picture of the book itself, where the word dictionary was the biggest word on the cover of the book, and things like that. So he actually demonstrated the lack of comprehension on the part of Joshua. But what I found striking, interesting, is the fact that in the midst of it being demonstrated in Joshua's face in real time, Joshua still refused to acknowledge that he overlooked those things. And so I felt that was strange, that he didn't do that. And every time Asar pointed it out, there was a movement of the goalpost, and Asar kept saying this, moving of the goalpost, because when something was pointed out, then he's asking for a different or new question. You know, the brother Joshua was asking a different or new question. And so, but Asar didn't allow that to take place, to divert or distract or, you know, follow these red herrings and things. So I felt that was interesting, but it's odd, because if we're all about scholarship and if we're all about learning, one thing that we have to do, and this is a character issue, you have to have the character and the ability to admit your strengths and weaknesses, where you are right and when you are wrong. Period. If you are incapable of doing that, for whatever the reasons are, if you're incapable of doing that, then scholarship may not be, something that you want to get into, because you're gonna do it handicap. It's like trying to run a 100-meter dash with no ankles. You have to be able to do that, because at the end of the day, it's about following the evidence and getting to the truth, accuracy. And we make mistakes along those ways, and we should be able to adjust and correct ourselves, all right, or be corrected. We can't be incorrigible and have these egos where we just can't admit when we made mistakes. All right, so that's what I found striking throughout the whole conversation, really. But
I got a quick question for you, Fable. I didn't bring it up earlier, but my question is, I know initially that they were trying to go for another platform, maybe like a Signetter type platform. So my question would be, how would that conversation have transpired if it had been on a different platform? Do you think we still would have got the same results, or you think would have been more drama to it, or what?
If that conversation the other day took place somewhere else, you asking?
Right. I remember initially like do it on a neutral playing field or neutral ground. Do it on the Star as opposed to do it on Netcher as opposed to a Star channel or something like that. I don't know if it was like trying to get pub or what the reason behind it was, but do you think it would have been different?
But see, that was if it was a debate. See, requesting a neutral platform is only done if something's being judged or if it was a debate. You have to remember that the brother Joshua did a video on his own platform of choice without Asar being there. So was that neutral? That to say that was neutral or not is just irrelevant. It's just a video that the brother did a critique on. So Asar could have done a video responding to Joshua on his platform without Joshua being present. So people got it twisted as if it was a debate. It wasn't a debate. So, and then Asar's channel, in terms of neutrality or being neutral, Asar is responding to a critique. How else you going to be neutral? Like where does neutral or non-neutral come into that setting? He's responding to a critique, to a video. It's different. So that was misplaced. So asking about a neutral thing or whatever, or bias and stuff like that, that was misplaced. And it's expected because these platforms are so adversarial and opposition and instigation. You got this rap battle style debating things going, and everybody's on 10, everybody's defensive, everybody's insecure and stuff like that. And this goes throughout the whole so-called conscious community. So that becomes the norm. So immediately when a brother wants to respond to a critique on his own book, now all of a sudden he got to pick a neutral this, a neutral that. No, that's not even applicable at all. Asar did it on his channel, and Asar, in terms of regular communication etiquette, Asar and the brother Josh had a good conversation. Neither one of them got how we see on these platforms, calling each other out of their names and hollering and trying to talk over each other and stuff like that. Joshua allowed Asar to speak and show the video clip. Asar responded, and then Asar allowed Joshua to talk and say what he had to say. So it was a good conversation. It was in terms of that's the way that goes. I think people are looking at the audience, the peanut gallery, and looking at that as being neutral or whatever, because people are so hooked on the pom-pom cheerleading, things like that. So because a lot of times people judge things based on the numbers of people who like somebody or dislike somebody and this, that, and the third, when it wasn't even about that. It's about the information. All right. So I want to address what Kansu is saying in the chat right now. Kansu Shemsu Amun, he says that he did not overlook it. This was a conversation, not a debate. So he chose to expound on what he wanted to. So let me be specific. Asar demonstrated the fact that Joshua Kane did overlook several things. And it's not about what he wanted to talk about. It's about him making a claim based on that oversight. So, for example, the last bonus clip that he played, matter of fact, it involved etiquette, who is here on the panel now, with the word Osiris or Osir, and him going to the Luo language and looking at the word Siri, which means to an object in which you can lean on, and so on and so forth. And so what people can do, because I don't want to spend this time to replay any videos or whatnot, but people can watch the video between Asar and Joshua, or watch the original video from Joshua and clearly see and hear the conversation that was had. So there were many things that was that where Asar pointed things out that Joshua overlooked. All right, so that's what is at hand there. Not just because it wasn't a debate. We all know that it wasn't a debate. All right. Now, in terms of that debating, one of the other things is why it wasn't a debate is that, let me just share my screen real quick. Now, this is just an example. I just pulled this off the internet real quick just to make a point with this. This is an example of a few math problems or math expressions. And, you're supposed to evaluate the expression and solve. So basically you have to solve these expressions. And so everyone who's been through K through 12 school, you've had math. And obviously if you graduate high school, obviously you were at least decent enough in math to pass. And if you learned algebra or whatever the case is, the math teacher would give you a problem, and then you have to solve the problem. And you couldn't just give the answer. Like, no teacher that I know of would allow students to just give an answer. You had to actually do what? Antoine, you're a teacher. What?
Go back and show your work.
Exactly. Say
Take
that again.
That paper back to your desk and sit down and let me see your work.
Say it one more time.
So take that paper back to your desk and sit down and let me see your work. I'm not sure how you got your answer. I need to understand how you got your answer.
Exactly. So even if they did happen to have the correct answer, a teacher would tell students to show their work. Period. Point blank. Show your work. And if it's the wrong answer, the student shows their work. But why? See, that by the student showing their work, the teacher can actually pinpoint where the student went wrong and correct the student, and actually edify or educate the student and correct the student. That's the benefit of showing work. All right. So now the reason why I'm bringing this up in this situation is that on this topic of that Asar writes about or wrote about in the Sudbiti and in his books is dealing with historical comparative linguistics. Everyone knows that Asar deals with linguistic issues. He uses language or linguistics as a tool for his overarching endeavors in terms of African history and things like that. So these are issues and questions of linguistics. And if anybody, if I'm going to claim that Asar Imhotep is wrong on linguistic issues, then I should be able to look at Asar's work where he showed his work, and I should be able to point out exactly and precisely where Asar went wrong in his work if his conclusions are wrong. So if a student gets a wrong answer to a problem, as a math teacher, I should be able to show the student, if they provide me their work, I can tell the student exactly where they went wrong. I could say, well, wait a minute, you have your order of operations incorrect. PEMDAS is PEMDAS, but you may have added before you multiplied or something, or you didn't evaluate what's in the parentheses before you evaluated something else. Here's where you went wrong, and I can point that out where that mistake was made. And I can only do that is because I'm qualified to do it. Why? Because I do it. So the point here is that Joshua does not do historical comparative linguistics. That's not something that he does. So the brother was not even qualified to demonstrate where Asar was wrong on any of those issues, and that was something that Asar pointed out during the discussion. He pointed it out. He kept asking, where is that? And so nowhere in the video was that done either in terms of Joshua's video. No, it wasn't done. And so, like, for example, Asar, this is an example of some sound meaning correspondences that Asar gives, and in a comparison with one or more languages, he'll show where these consonants or these radicals within these words would correspond based on non-accidental, consistent sound meaning correspondences between two or more languages. That's what you are actually mapping out. And Asar does this throughout his entire book. Every book that he writes, he pretty much shows tables and tables of demonstrating these sound meaning correspondences and so on and so forth. And so if I'm going to disagree with a conclusion that Asar comes to, I'm supposed to be able to go to Asar's tables on how he came up with that conclusion and point to Asar, hey, Asar, here's where you went wrong. This right here does not really correspond to this because of X, Y, and Z, and so on and so forth. Here's the correct correspondence. This really corresponds to this because now you see the consistency here. I can do, have a 200 list of words. And, when a B in language A is in the first radical position or first consonant position, C1 position, it corresponds to a P in the first position in this particular language. And look how consistent that is. And the sound and meaning correspondence is consistent. It's not accidental and da da da. I can do that if I do that kind of work. But I would have to be qualified to do that kind of work to point those things out. And so that was never done. And that was something that Asar pointed out. So, but that's an example of what would have to be done. And the same thing goes on with math. The same thing goes on with pretty much a lot of specialized fields of study. All right. So that was one of the things that was pointed out. So anything else?
Hey, Peace. Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, Peace. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I was just going to say, anytime in academia, people disagree all of the time. I spent a lot of time in different colleges around, just around the country. And I disagree with a lot of my professors. And they disagree with me. And they would disagree with their, some of the people that they were working with and, within the same field. But they would jokingly do it. And that was something that I was able to distinguish from the streets and from any type of scholarly, community or environment that just deals with academia. They would disagree with each other, critique each other, and then they would be cool. And so sometimes what I notice is that in this community, sometimes we'll disagree with people and then we won't be cool with them anymore just because we have a difference in opinion, and I don't think that's really healthy to growth, or just even personal growth, really, in terms of just developing more, just I guess accumulating more knowledge or greater understanding and comprehension. Because just to be more specific, we were saying like he had a problem with just comprehending or understanding. But just to be more specific, to me, it just, even when I was listening to it, because I listened for a while, kept tuning in and out, it's the literary steps that's involved. Information literacy, and by the most strict definition of information literacy, just having the ability to know when there's a need for information and being able to identify it, locate, evaluate it effectively, so that you can, if you have an issue with that information or problem at hand, you can do it correctly. And that's exactly what you guys are saying. That last part, I know I was just saying it in a different way, but that's what I was thinking the whole time. Like, you have to actually be able to read page 37 or 38 or whatever it was that Asar kept saying, man, you didn't even read this page. Like, I had to tell you. So, I mean, at that point, that's when the professor or the teacher, would just stop. It's like, man, I got other things I could be doing other than sort of just, so, that's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. Yeah.
My question is, are they going to continue with the next 30 minutes this Saturday, or is it a wrap?
Yeah, that would have to
Or
be a
does it
question
continue?
for the two of them. So I'm not sure. So we'll have to wait and see on that. In regards to Asar waiting 3 years, by me working with Asar and knowing, his comments about the video being done back in 2017.
I feel like he didn't read that book, because I read that whole book, and some of the stuff he was saying is just a bunch of stuff taken out of context and spun around. It's like they don't respect the work that y'all put in. Like they feel like y'all are trying to make money off people and stuff. I think it's strange and kind of hater like, but that's just my opinion. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like they projecting their opinion as a fact. Like, oh, he's a pseudo linguist. He's not a linguist.
Well, see, that's okay. Let's just deal with that. In order to say someone's a pseudo linguist, you have to demonstrate that. And the people that say that are not qualified to demonstrate it. So let me ask the chat. And what I said about the math problem, I think everybody pretty much understands that, because everybody who graduated high school knows exactly what I'm talking about, especially when it comes to math. I always use math because a lot of people either hate it. Math is a subject you either hate or love. Everybody either hates math or they love math. And in order to demonstrate errors in somebody's math conclusions, you gotta have them. They have to show their work, and you have to show your work as a student performing the operations. You have to show your work, and the teacher is able to take that work that you've shown and know that you know what you're talking about and that you use the correct methodology to reach your conclusions, and the fact that you didn't cheat, because you could just looked on your partner's paper and got the answers. So by you working it out, it's very telling. And if you get it wrong, the teacher is able to sit you down and tell you exactly where you went wrong. But in order for a teacher to do that, they themselves have to know how to do it. That's just it. They have to know how to do it.
See, no, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was saying that with what you're saying, I think even if people don't understand, even for those people who don't understand or know much about linguistics, if you looked at the video and with what Wujao was saying, if you looked at Joshua King's video, and you've seen Asar Emotep's videos when he does when he does his work, there's a big difference. And the difference is you will always see Asar doing showing you the methodology, like just going through the method, demonstrating step by step, like Ujao just showed in one of the slides. But notice that on Joshua King's video, it was just all talk. He would take a point and then find something that he thinks agrees with that point, but not even once did he actually get his hands dirty. Like, he did not do any linguistic work. Like, it's a big difference. You didn't see him breaking down anything at all. So you don't even have to know linguistic. You would just know that this person, there's a lot of talk going on, but I'm not seeing any work getting done. Just on that basic stuff.
So, okay, so now let's switch over to another thing that we left out that Asar pointed out from his perspective, because I want to switch over to Joshua Kane's perspective. But from Asar's perspective on that sit down the other day, Asar also was saying that the brother Joshua Kane was committing a logical fallacy of appealing to authority. And so he pointed that out, appealing to authority as well. So Asar's points was that Joshua Kane appealed to authority. He lacked reading comprehension in some key areas. And then 3, he's not even qualified to demonstrate anything. So that was like the main 3 points that I took away that Asar was saying. And Asar went point for point demonstrating those things. So now switching over to Joshua Kane's point, in his 2017 video, for those who have watched it, and I'm not even going to talk about the whole video, but that first 30 minutes is what we're dealing with. In those 30 minutes, and pretty much overall, one of the things that I can take away from Joshua Kane's perspective is that he feels that Asar is also not qualified to do that kind of work because he doesn't see Asar as a linguist. And so, and that also goes with people that Asar consult and cite, such as Jean-Claude Mboli. So he doesn't see Mboli as a valid or a credible linguist, and neither Asar as a credible linguist. And the confirmation of that is when Joshua kept asking about Asar, who else agrees with Asar? Who agrees? Like, did he take his stuff and show it to this person, that person? Do they agree? And then he talked about consensus and things. So that's his view of Asar. That's his view of Asar. All right. And so maybe somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. Did anybody else get that from Joshua's side? On the panel or in the chat?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think you hear it all the time as far as what makes this person qualified to be a linguist. I don't. He doesn't have a degree in this area or what have you. I mean, I've heard that not only for Asar, but just in different areas of fields where people are teaching in a particular area, and they're like, well, what makes this person qualified to teach this or to teach that? Where it's almost like one minute you go against people having these degrees or people being initiated or people being part of the Boule or whatever. And next it's like, what qualifies this person to, or what validates this person? So it's almost like an oxymoron. One minute it's either you're too high and mighty or you're not high and mighty enough.
Right. So I just want to know. So the issue here that I brought up is that one of my takeaways from Joshua's perspective is that Joshua feels that Asar is not qualified or not a credible linguist. I'm not sure if he used the phrase as a pseudo-linguist or anything, but he doesn't feel Asar is a linguist, credible in linguistics, and neither does he feel the same way about Mboli and so on and so forth. So does anybody else think that I'm wrong on that in this panel and in the chat? Am I crazy for taking letting that be a takeaway from the conversation?
Nope, you ain't crazy.
All right. So, cause I'm trying to involve the chat. But see, now here's the thing. I'm looking at the chat right now, and I don't know why people allow distractions and things like that. Like I'm walking through these topics point for point, and I'm inviting participation. I put the link for the panel and the whole nine. For once, people need to learn how to talk, how to have a conversation. What is the scope of a conversation? It's real crazy that we miss these fundamental things. And I'm seeing the conversation in the chat is like kind of going in different directions and stuff like that. Anyway, back to this though. So that was the one thing that I took away from Joshua's perspective of Asar's work. And also he feels that Asar, so one, that doesn't see him as credible linguist and things like that. And then based on that, he feels that Asar is wrong on some points in which he made the video, pointing things out, citing page numbers and reading or showing what do you call it, clips of Asar's words, and then he went on to talk about it. But here's the thing. Also, what I get from Joshua's perspective is because he can't do the work and actually precisely show where errors are, he heavily relies on others, these authorities, which is what Asar had pointed out, but these other authorities and consensus. And so that's also what I got, that if something that Asar says in his book is not found somewhere else, that somebody else also say it, Joshua deems that as Asar is wrong. Not knowing if it's really wrong or not, but because it's not found somewhere else among the quote unquote consensus or who he accepts as linguists, then Asar must be wrong. And that's what I also got.
I got that too. Cause it's like if he can't find it, then that means it don't exist, and Asar is lying and making up stuff.
Right.
And maybe it's just you're not looking in the right place, or don't have no methodology. You just dependent on basically appealing to authority.
Right. Exactly. Anybody else? I see a Kunsu is asking me, how do I know Joshua did not do the work? Because Joshua said so. He can't do the work. Joshua cannot do historical comparative linguistics, period.
Yeah, he did say that even in the video, so I don't know why that was in question.
All right.
He didn't demonstrate it. He didn't show his work on the paper. You got to turn it back in.
He can't. So I'm not pulling it out of thin air. And like I said, we can play video clips, but then that would extend our discussion here. I'm assuming people watch the video. So let me make that clear. I'm assuming as we're talking about Asar and Joshua's conversation, I'm assuming that that everybody who has something to say has seen the video. If you haven't seen the video, then you really don't, you really just don't have much that you can say. So I was there for the video. I watched it. I saw Joshua's video a long while back. And I was there when they just had their sit down. So, to ask me, how do I know? That's what the brother said. All right. So I don't pretend to know what's in anybody's mind. All right. So if the brother does do historical comparative linguistics, that's great. That's great. He definitely had time to learn. In 3 years, it takes the average of 4 years to get an undergraduate degree in any particular topic. Peace to whoever's in the car, man. Be careful, don't be careful driving. Somebody came in here in the car. I'm not sure who that is.
Hey, peace, Saber. This is T'Challa.
Oh, peace to you, Hotep. Yeah, I was just saying, be careful because I see you must be driving. So, whatever you're doing, be careful with that. So what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying now.
You have plenty of time. 3 years, 4 years.
Oh yeah, it takes an average of 4 years to earn an undergraduate degree in in particular topics. So, like for example, me, I've been on Facebook. I believe I signed up for Facebook in 2009. If that's true, I've been on Facebook for 11 years. So if 2010 is 10 years, so let's just round it to 10 years. In 10 years time, I've seen people argue certain issues and they become repetitive, redundant. Every now and then it will pop back up. Some time will go by, it'll pop back up and whatnot. And it doesn't seem like progress is being made. But in 10 years, something I pointed out, in 10 years on these various different topics, everybody who tries to argue about them, we all could have received formal training in that particular field and then came to a table and, put all the cards on the table as a team, combining, the disciplines and become a multidisciplinary team to educate the public. But instead of us doing that over time, and it's easy for me to say this hindsight, of course, but instead of us doing that, people are still in 2020 now trying to engage in fruitless fussing matches being called debates. And so I'm a person who's consistently encouraged people to pause and take time out to take up a study, whether you do it as an autodidact or you fall up under the wings of a formal teacher or not. At least put in the work so that people can bring something to the table with some substance and cut out the noise. And so this time that goes by, people do definitely have time to actually learn these things, because everything I know I didn't always know, period. I see Kunsu is in here, so so now that you're in here, it's just so I won't misunderstand what you were typing and stuff like that. So you asked me, how do I know Joshua didn't do the work? So let me ask you,
Yes.
does Joshua do historical comparative linguistics?
I'm going to say I'm not going to answer that, and I'm going to tell you why. I'm not going to answer that because I'm not Joshua. So I'm not going to do that. I don't think that's fair. And peace to the panel. Peace to you, brother Wajal. Let me say that firstly. This is your platform, so I'll be respectful. I'm not going to be disrespectful at all. It's not me to speak for Wajal in something of that capacity. I mean, for Joshua in that capacity. What I will say is the terms of engagement that were established prior to the hyperbole of the stream was not to even engage in that topic. It's just that Joshua respects Asar so much that he wouldn't try to belittle him on his own platform. Because see, Joshua is a degreed person in sociology and psychology. He has a degree. And he was constantly told he didn't understand methodology. And how can you not when you have a degree, a college degree? So he knows methodology extremely well. It's just that we didn't want to take away from a potential thing that could happen that could educate everybody. I think Team Osiris and Amin Ra Squad are two of the premier groups, and it's a testament. And I'm very proud of Amin Ra Squad, actually, because I come from the Matrix. I'm very proud of it. And this hyperbole has blurred the lines, and we shouldn't be arguing with each other on that level anyway. It was supposed to be a discussion, but the hyperbole and the propaganda and the chat rooms turned it into some debate. It wasn't a debate. It wasn't a debate because Joshua's not a linguist. And I don't really see Asar as a linguist. I see him as an intelligent enthusiast. I don't see him as a linguist.
Okay,
he hasn't been degreed or certified in linguistics at all.
All right, neither has a lot of people that we would have no problem calling a linguist, such as Eric and Greenberg.
Oh no, Eric's certified in UCLA. He's an emeritus scholar with a focus on African studies.
He doesn't have a degree in linguistics, though, brother.
Yes, he does. Just look up the register and UCLA. I'm not just doing it to debate with you, brother. He has a focus in African studies. He's an emeritus scholar.
No, I don't disagree with. So you're saying that Christopher Eric has a degree in linguistics?
Most definitely.
All right, so
I
if you
can provide the link, I could put it in the chat if you want it.
Please, that would be very helpful to everyone.
No question.
Now, by hyperbole, you're saying, I'm assuming you're using that for exaggeration. So you think
Yeah.
that everything is being exaggerated and things, but now that's not to a fault of Joshua and Asar themselves.
Not at all. I definitely agree.
Okay,
Totally
because Asar made it plain that it wasn't a debate.
Sure
I
did. He made it clear.
Yeah, even tonight.
You made it clear.
Right,
We
right.
said thank you. Me and Geechee was like, wow, we appreciate Majawa for saying that.
Well, I said it that night in the chat too. I was a moderator.
Yeah, that's
in
what
the,
I mean.
in the chat.
You said it a couple times. You was trying to get everybody to focus.
Right.
I do
So
remember
that people won't make it into a into that. And I don't think that it's exaggerated. But now I do want to say something about methodology. Just because a person has a degree does not default that a person knows methodology, depending on different things, especially methodology in what they're not a specialist in. See, degrees don't quite transfer. If I have a degree in sociology, or if I have a degree in psychology or whatever, that does not default me to understand and fully comprehend methodology in another area of study. So I don't want to confuse people and think that that's just an automatic switch over.
That's
that we
not
can transfer.
what I'm saying either. I'm assuming the chat is intelligent, so I'm not saying that. That would be a layman's way to express that. What I'm saying is that his aptitude was being challenged. Like he didn't have intelligence to be able to investigatively comprehend what's going on, because linguistics is a field of study, and all it does, it requires consistent and rational intelligence to be able to abduct what you induce and deduct. So it just takes conditioned intelligence to be able to do that.
And that's pretty much
if you have a mind of a child, then I would totally agree with you.
But that's pretty much
disability. I would agree with you.
And that's pretty much true for a lot of fields of study, though. But Asar's point was that Joshua lacked the methodology for this specific topic, though.
It wasn't asked to be expressed. What I understand what you're saying. I'm not saying that Asar was wrong. The rules of engagement that were initially discussed, because we've tried for 3 years to talk to Asar. Asar kept calling Joshua stupid for 3 years. He wouldn't acknowledge Joshua for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, no one on respectfully on Armor Raw Squad will even say my name. Won't say Team Osiris's name on any platform. This is the first time, and I appreciate that, because everyone has to mature at some point. So I appreciate that. So this isn't like it's been 3 years of meandering. That's false. That's an equivocation fallacy. That's the hyperbole and the propaganda I'm talking about. Joshua did this video 3 years ago. We forgot about it. We just did another video with Mboli's book, because we have French translators. So this is 3 years twice removed, respectfully, Majawa, because you're very intelligent. Nobody's questioning Asar's ability. But what we're saying is that we are peripheral researchers, and we are peripheral investigators and primary researchers. Everyone has a right to critique an investigation. You don't have to be a specialist to be able to investigate a body of work. And if you have primary research that is supported by experts, that is substantiated a consensus, I don't see what's wrong with that. I don't. You can educate me on that process. I don't see what's wrong with it.
Okay.
People do it all the time to establish facts in medicine and any other fields of science. An expert must be referred. And if you do your research, you have to write research papers in college. You go and refer them information from the experts, and you get graded. That you're not a specialist, but you get graded for your validity of research. So
okay, so
that goes back to our discussion about consensus. People's understanding of consensus.
Yes, sir.
So now you mentioned that nobody's questioning Asar's ability, and I disagree that's part of that's inherent in a critique is somebody's inability to come to a accurate conclusion. So Asar's ability is being challenged to actually do this kind of work. It is being challenged. So
No, it's just like a commentator would critique a sports event. That doesn't mean he doesn't question the people's ability he's critiquing.
no, I'm saying, but that's, I mean, to do sports with this is a little different, because so with this language, because the overtone is that, like I said earlier, Joshua doesn't see Asar as a credible linguist. So Asar, so inherent in that position and stance is he doesn't think Asar has the ability to do it. Because if I say, when you say not a credible linguist, that's another way of saying you're not able to do this correctly. So I don't want to play with that and pretend that Asar's ability is not in question when it actually is. That's one thing. And then
I can't say that. I wish Joshua was here. Maybe he could just say it for himself. I won't say you're right or wrong, John. I wouldn't. I'm not going to.
Okay,
the name of the video, Retiring Nusut Bitty?
Well,
like that.
regardless of the name of the video, I'm just going. I mean, see, the one thing I didn't prepare for, but I could. It would just extend this conversation, make it real long. But I can actually play the clips from that night where Joshua was saying the very thing, that Asar is not a linguist and stuff, so on and so forth, just from that night.
But I mean, Asar knows linguistics. That's a fact. He knows it. He knows how to demonstrate it. That's a fact. But he is not a linguist.
Okay.
So what is a linguist?
He may be intelligent as a linguist. He may know it. He is not a professional linguist. It's a profession. Linguistics comes with a profession.
Okay.
People work in the field of linguistics to get paid. He's not doing that.
Okay. So if we were to say,
come on, don't conflate it.
No. Actually, let's deflate it back down. So Asar is not a professional linguist. He does not get paid to perform linguistic endeavors. I think we all know that. But okay, and I'm sure everybody will concede to that. But the way that it's being used, that Asar is not a linguist, is not in that fashion. So let's not play games. So we all know. Wait. We all know that Asar is not a professional linguist. Okay, I'm not a professional Egyptologist or a teacher of the Egyptian language either. Even though I do get paid for classes though, but I wouldn't even say that I'm a professional in that regards either. But the way if somebody were to come at me and say that I'm not a teacher of Egyptian language, Rodney Kemet, then they're not using it in that fashion. That's not how it's being used.
We didn't say teacher.
No.
That was a nice way to put it.
No. I'm talking about for me. No.
You're a teacher.
I'm talking about for me.
You're a very good teacher, but we're not talking about that.
No, but I was saying teacher in regards to me, not Asar. So, but I'm saying, I guess my whole point is that I hear what you're saying, and you're correct that Asar is not a professional linguist in terms of getting paid. It's a profession, like you said. But the way that it's being used throughout the social community and stuff like that, it's not being used in that way, and I just don't want to play with that. So we got to be real with that.
Respect that. I don't think I can see that, because that doesn't change the crux of the argument. That arguments can be structured and people have different perspectives on things, and we observed a conversation between two people, so everyone's going to have their own opinions of what they felt was right or wrong. But generally, what we're talking about here is and one thing I like what Asar said was, let's have a debate, because that will culminate and show aptitude and the minutia and mechanics in what we're talking about and the work and in his book. That will actually be credible to his book. It wouldn't be fair that it ends on just that conversation, because it's a lot more.
They're supposed, and hopefully they'll sit down again. But I just want to say, I just want to say that if that was the case, had Joshua that night or any other time just made that statement and say, Asar, when I say that you're not a linguist, what I mean is that you're not a professionally paid linguist. Now, if Joshua would have said something, not those exact words, but something along those lines, then I would concede to what you're saying. But
you notice I said it right. So Joshua is his own person. So maybe in the moment, but he said that. So maybe in the moment he just didn't say it. It's
Okay,
human
he
error.
may right. He may
What
have
I'm
said it
saying is
before.
people are overly critical of other human beings. Overly critical to the point is non-rational. Being extremely critical when it fits the argument. Like if I said, well, why does Dr. Ma'at, right? Brilliant black woman. Why is she talking about language when she clearly is an expert in engineering? I could easily do that. But would that be fair?
No, but actually, if you said because people said that to her before, and I witnessed,
Right.
but she'll concede. She's like, "Up, you're right, brother."
But that don't
That's
stop
it.
her from doing it.
That's
Matter
it.
of fact, she's gonna be in debates where she's not an expert in.
Yeah,
But her methodology is proven. She knows how to think. She knows
Right.
the proper way to use rhetoric, the proper way to use discernment by inductive, deductive, and abductive reasoning, because college level teaches you to do that. Regardless of the subject matter, you have to learn prereqs and basic dissimulation before going into advanced studies. Every college student has to do that.
Right.
The subject matters are just doesn't matter. You have to learn how to think and learn how to study before you take on any subject. So this is what I'm saying. If it's good for somebody like Dr. Ma'at, if it's good for anybody else with a doctor in their name, then the brother who has a degree, a Bachelor of Arts in something that is very vast, which is psychology, and then a minor in sociology is extremely intelligent and very coherent and has the ability to understand methodology scientifically, for that matter.
And
that's all.
I challenge. I question that wholeheartedly, brother.
Okay, well,
I do.
I don't have a problem with
I
it.
even question the methodology of some people who hold PhDs because of their work, their written work that they've published.
I do too. It goes, it doesn't, and Asar is not absolved from that standard. Me and you agree. I'll question a PhD too.
And that's what I was gonna. And that's what I was gonna say.
It just didn't make sense to us.
And that's what I was gonna say as well. That that you know, you receive skills and tools to elevate your aptitude and your intelligence, and you have access to know how to do something. But if you're not an actual person to do it, you can still make mistakes. And so no one's above that. You could have 10 degrees and still make a mistake. We all do it. So
no question.
So but now here's the difference. In order for me to even recognize a mistake and then go beyond recognition to the point of correction, then I myself have to actually put in that work to be able to even do that. To one, recognize, and then two, be able to correct. And so this is the difference between a person like Joshua. I'm sure Joshua is a very intelligent brother. I don't know him, but I'm sure he's very intelligent, especially if he has a degree in psychology and, like you said, a minor in sociology. So I'll tip my hat to that all day and encourage everyone to do the same.
And he's 32 years old and a single father.
That's all great. That's great.
You see what I'm saying? So when we just go on to media where you got people that don't understand that for an African American who was born and raised, and I have African descendants that died on this land, education is very high up on our spiritual level for us because our ancestors died for that. It ain't just popping up on YouTube and blabbering. Intelligence is very important to the Black dichotomy.
Exactly.
Education is, but don't get an education confused with a degree, though. You know what I mean? I'm education and a degree, because I feel like I'm around people with degrees in the house right now, double masters from accredited universities, and I can tell you, a lot of y'all who are speaking are highly intelligent, more intelligent than they are, and that's a fact. And that's what I was saying in the chat.
No, I understand that, but what I'm saying is that okay, Jawu is saying some very pertinent things. He's saying some things that are very important and are very wise. However, when it reaches, by the time it reaches quote unquote the masses, it gets filtered out. I guarantee nobody commented on what Wajabu was saying 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times during Asar's chat with Joshua. But everybody that supports Wajabu, because Wajabu is an influential person, went quickly for a versus, what Joshua is not. But nobody listened to the people that were supporting Asar, trying to get people to focus on the overall picture. Let's grow from this.
Yeah, well, that was my position. 1 second.
I don't, because I'm listening to. You can watch listening to this chat.
I was chatting, but I still had my notes. I paid total attention to what was going on. And what caught me from the first claim in the earliest point of that video was there was no method. I'm looking for your research method. I'm looking for what you're using to tell me why I need to retire the book. There was no research questions. There was nothing posed to me in a scholastic manner that would allow.
Question?
Okay.
Tell me, you said methodology. Could you
asked, why are we here? Why am I retiring the book? So the first thing I want to know is, why am I retiring the book? That's a research question. Okay. Right? We could take that as a research question.
No, that's not a research question.
Okay.
That's a challenge. That's just a challenge.
Okay,
that's
so
just competition.
So
that has nothing to do with it being a research question.
All right, so you're challenging someone to retire their book, right?
No.
So now you have to demonstrate.
No.
But okay, he challenged the community to retire the book, or he challenged Asar. Which one did he do?
No, he used the term retire in midst of competition. It's scholarly competition. You have no business taking that seriously.
Hey,
that's
very hold on. Let me just say this.
Hold on.
Hold on. Wait. Hold up. Let me just say.
Come on now.
Wait. Let me just say this. Hold up.
Everybody else does.
Wait a minute for a second.
Ankh has done it. Ankh has done it. He's done it to you.
Let Joe talk.
Okay, let me just say something. I just want to point out. I just want to point out something. I just want to point out something that maybe we can all smile about. Kunso, I noticed that you'll speak for Joshua in those instances, but when I asked you a question earlier, you said, "Oh, no, I don't want to speak for that brother.
No, you asked me something personal. We're talking general. I can speak generally.
Well, no,
I'm not going to ask. You asked me a personal question about who he was engaging with and what he was thinking. No, I can't answer that.
No, I didn't ask.
I can't answer that question.
I didn't ask anything. That wasn't it.
So the title retiring.
You asked me, could he demonstrate? And I respectfully said, no, I won't discuss that, because that's something Joshua should answer. But that's personal, because that's something to do with what he was doing on that event.
Okay, so
what we're talking about now is generalization.
Well, no, you said he used the title as blah 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 blah. So now you're speaking for his mind of why he used the title.
But how am I speaking for his mind?
His friend Melvin said clickbait.
That's a straw man.
No, hold on. Okay, wait 1 second. Hold up, because I could be corrected. So let me ask you, if I ask you, why did Joshua choose to use the word retire?
Yeah.
And you give me an answer, are you not speaking for him?
No, because you don't even know who writes the titles for our videos.
Okay, but
Joshua didn't come up with that title.
Okay, but earlier you said he.
Because I figured people are intelligent. I shouldn't have to go into my
which is it? Is it he?
That's
or
why
he?
This is a straw man. Now you're creating a filibuster and leading into a red herring.
Okay.
You don't know the mechanics. Like, I don't know the mechanics of how you guys put y'all stuff together.
Absolutely.
When Ankh says shots fired,
absolutely.
Or when Ankh says putting so-and-so to bed,
absolutely.
Or when Ankh says crushing the so-and-sos, what is that?
No, I got you. So okay. No. So I'm just saying, I'm using your words, brother. Earlier you said he chose that word for blah 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 blah. Now you're saying that and you're right, I don't know who wrote the title.
When I said he, we were talking in context. That's within context.
Okay, he is a pronoun. Who does it stand for?
Oh my goodness. It stands for Joshua.
So Joshua, wait. So did Joshua make the title or not?
I just said he didn't.
He didn't?
I just said he didn't.
Okay, but earlier you said he did.
How do you know?
Earlier you said he did. Wait. Earlier you said he did.
No, I did not.
You said he chose.
When I said he did, we were talking.
Let me rewind this video real quick, y'all. I'm just gonna do this because.
I'm not admitting I didn't use the words he did. I said in context.
Okay. While rewinding, since we have Kunso on the panel,
that's unimportant.
No, it's not. No, wait. Queen. It's not unimportant.
We supposed to be having a. I'm not.
No.
Wait. MK, 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
This is totally unimportant.
No, you're right. Listen.
To the conversation.
No.
The title of a video.
Bro. No. Listen. The title of the video is unimportant. It's your integrity at this point that's
No,
more
my
important to
integrity
me.
is not on the line. You don't
No,
know me that way. That's
no,
disrespectful.
I didn't
Do
say
not
it's
try
on
to
the line.
frame my
Wait a minute.
integrity to this.
Wait 1 second. I
I'm
didn't
being
say it's
very
on the line.
respectful. I came on your platform
And I'm being very respectful.
to discuss, but you now
I'm
you're
being very
using
respectful.
You're framing words to try to make me look bad.
No,
and
I'm
that's
not.
what I have to get defensive.
Okay, you
Integrity
can
don't even have to be
become
in the sentence
defensive.
with y'all.
Okay, listen.
Come on,
Here's the
man.
thing. Here's the thing.
Integrity?
Wait. I'm not saying your integrity is on the line. I'm saying
you just did.
you didn't even let me finish. You were talking before I even finished my statement. I didn't say it was on the line. I said to me, integrity is dealing with consistency. 1 minute you said Joshua chose. Listen to what I'm saying first, and you can respond. Okay.
Well.
Okay. So the title, we agree. The title is unimportant. It's unimportant to me. But I'm saying, you said earlier, that Joshua chose to use the word retire for X, Y, and Z reasons. Did you not?
Yes.
Okay. Then when I
said it because it was unimportant. It's generalization. We know language, bro.
Yes.
It's generalization. He used because I didn't have to defend him. I didn't felt I needed to defend him and break down who wrote it. I don't care if you say he did it or not. So I just said, fine, he did it because it's so unimportant. With some of the titles that you come up with, you got the nerve to talk about that?
Okay, so let me just finish.
There's nothing intelligent about that.
Okay, so this is all I'm saying, because I don't want you to hyperbole this. Okay, I don't want you to exaggerate this or conflate this.
Now you're being facetious.
So no,
now
I'm not.
Making fun of the word I used.
No, I'm using a word that you're familiar with. Okay.
With nobody that's not intelligent, bro. I'm just letting you know.
Listen, Kansu, I don't think you're not intelligent. Listen, Kansu, hear what I'm saying. I don't think that you're unintelligent. I think you're intelligent. Okay.
You know that.
All right. So
you know that.
Okay. So here's the thing. All I'm saying, I'm just pointing out, and I get you're being defensive right now, but all I'm saying is that earlier you said that Joshua chose to use
this 6 times.
1 second, but so allow me say it a 7th time.
Why are you repeating it?
Let me say it a 7th time.
Let
me say it a 7th time. All right, can you give me that respect? Thank you. So the thing is that earlier you said that Joshua chose the word retire because you were going back and forth with Sean a second ago. When you said that, you said Joshua chose the word retire for X, Y, and Z reasons. And then I came in with a little humor. I tried to be a little humor. I may be a little stale joke teller, but I said, hey, Kansu, I noticed that on that you're speaking for Joshua, but when I asked you something, you didn't. And then now when it comes to me and saying that, then your pushback is that, okay, the title Joshua didn't even do it. So
I don't have no problem conceding that point, so we can move on.
Okay, that's all. That's all. Okay,
I don't
great.
know where that's going to change what we're talking about.
No, it's not, brother. It's
okay,
not.
So I concede the point.
All right, appreciate that. All right,
there
so
now you can move on. I want to hear the sister.
Yes, I had a question. You have viewed Joshua King's video, right?
Yes.
The critique. So would you say that he was able to demonstrate, use linguistic to demonstrate his point?
No, because he's not a linguist. He was critiquing it as a researcher. He was being a critic. He wasn't attempting to show his ability to demonstrate it because he's not a linguist. He wouldn't dare attempt to do that. Assar is probably the one that could demonstrate it far better than Joshua. But again, that's my opinion.
Okay.
Because the intent was not to demonstrate, look, I'm Joshua the linguist. Let me match my skills as a linguist with Assar. That was not the intent.
Okay.
It's just critiquing a book like anyone else would.
Okay,
like
thank you.
Critique a movie. You're welcome. That's what it was.
I got you. So you don't think so you know he didn't demonstrate, and you're saying
No, I don't know that. What I just said, man, is that this was done. He did this as a peripheral investigator.
I got you, but you
said
primary
researcher, not a linguist.
Okay, so are you saying that he demonstrated, or you think he demonstrated, or he did not demonstrate?
No, I'm not. I'm saying that his intent was not to demonstrate. He didn't attempt to demonstrate anything.
So you agree that
all he did was go to page so and so, and then gave the dissertation on each page as to what Assar thought what was what. Did he give a linguist class? No, because it wasn't in that context.
Okay, so
it wasn't on Joshua's responsibility to teach.
Got you. So now, so what was the intent behind the video then? As you're saying,
it was an academic critique of a body of work, and because we disagreed with the primary theory, we disagreed with that. It was investigated and it was an argument created, scholarly. It has nothing to do. Not questioning the ability to. You don't have to demonstrate flying an airplane to know the mechanics of how it works. You can be a critique or you can talk about it, and you don't have to be able to fly it. So I don't understand why we don't get the difference between inductive and deductive reasoning. I don't understand that. You guys are highly intelligent and you know that. I'm not talking to anybody here, some fly-by-night people. Sesh Medew got some brilliant people. So I know we know the difference between proper vernacular and using terminology that befits the discussion. This is an objective discussion based on what we were subject to. So you're not going to get me to put things in a finite position and then hold me to that, because that is not fair. And then we got started word framing and using words like integrity. And then we start saying words with different inflections and tones to insinuate something. I've already repeatedly said, Joshua Kane and Team Osiris, we investigate what we disagree with so we don't disrespect nobody.
Okay, so let's clarify for everybody. Let's just clarify some things now that because you can speak at least from your self, of course, and then maybe for what you choose to for the others. So like when it comes to Asar's book Nisudbidi, what is your understanding of the purpose of Asar writing that book?
I think personally I can only guess because I'm not Asar. I think his purpose for writing that book was for enlightenment. I think he believes that this book will be vital in our dichotomy. I think he wrote it to enhance the minds of the people that he was relative to.
It's 8 o'clock.
Because you're not making no money doing this stuff. That's hard work. So the work that he did, I think he did it personally because he has an affinity for his people.
Okay, so when a person on the periphery gives a scholarly or academic critique of it, what should be the aim of that critique?
Enlightenment. Like we may battle, we may get to an argument. You don't take that personal when it's rational, because I don't. Person that's intelligent wouldn't do that. You do it to actually create an understanding and actually gain from it. It's the purpose of gaining from it. But of course, the sense of competition is always going to be there. But at the end of the day, it's going to be beneficial. That's what you would want it to be. But unfortunately, the public does not know the archetype of the Amun-Ra Squad matrix. So they don't know the inner workings of this Amun-Ra Squad matrix that has created the hype around this type of conversation. Because the public always wants to see, violence and mayhem and fighting and stuff like that. That's an old gladiator thing. It's very entertaining.
Okay, so one more.
So there's nothing wrong with that.
Okay, and that's
deep down inside, Asar he's a black man.
No. And in scholarship, it happens in scholar. A lot of disagreements happen in scholarship. So that's definitely part of the environment. It's part of the game. Mm-hmm. So, but let me ask you: Do you think that Joshua actually retired Asar's book?
That wasn't the aim to do that. Again, that was hype. So if I answered that question, I create a double negative. That's NLP, Wajawa. If I answer that, I create a double negative, which gives me a testament and try to falsify what I said earlier. I'm not going to do that.
We can't get an answer.
No, I just gave an answer. I'm not going to give and substantiate what I already disagreed with as a double negative. I'm not going to do that. I already told you what the term retiring was being used for.
Okay, I missed
This is
that.
the
I'm
YouTube
sorry.
platform. It's a dichotomy. It's a marketing tool. It helps bring people together. It's social networking. It's social media. So you get retiring, it catches people, gets them interested, and gets them engaged so they can take some education in.
Okay, got you. I,
The
I missed that
so,
early.
so, so
No,
no,
no, I missed that
no, I'm
earlier.
not going to get into that foolishness about retiring a book. You can go get the man a book for sale. How do you retire a book?
Well, I know it.
Anybody above kindergarten level should know you can't literally retire a book.
Yeah, I definitely wasn't looking
So
for a
why
literal.
you engaging me in a conversation like that?
No, but I didn't ask you. I didn't ask you
Oh,
as if I thought it was literal. I was
You
whatever.
made up an argument about literature and figurative.
Exactly.
And now you just going right behind. You clashing with what you believe in.
No,
You
not
know,
at all. Not at all.
You know
So
the difference between inductive and deductive.
I surely do. I've taken these classes. As a matter of fact, I've been to college. By the way, as well.
I know you have.
Okay.
You ain't no fool.
So no, but let me explain. Okay, so since I'm here, let me explain why I asked you that, because I don't want you to think that for any second that I actually think that Joshua could literally retire Asar's book. I don't think anybody could literally retire somebody's book. So I don't want you to think that. Me asking you that was in the sense of however you all had pushed it. I guess let me reword it then. Do you think Joshua was successful at whatever it is that he was trying to do?
Yeah, I think he did a good job. I think he did a great job. I think that what we really wanted to culminate, what I was hoping for, was that Asar and Joshua have a structured debate that would really show what a real debate is. Like that's what, in my mind, in delusions of grandeur, what I would hope that would culminate into. An actual debate where it's a real debate. It ain't centered on pay-per-view, sign up. The moderator is not the host from Smack or somebody who don't know what the hell the two people talking about. It's an actual, real, structured debate where people submit their essays prior to, time is divvied, and they're educated moderators that judge the debate. That's what I was hoping for.
Okay, so
that's
so now would you consider? You said Joshua has a degree in psychology, right?
Yeah.
Okay, is that a what is it? Bachelor's or master's or PhD?
I think it's a bachelor's. I think he said bachelor's.
Okay, now would you consider me, somebody like me? Let's because you don't know how well I'm versed in psychology at all at this point. So would you consider somebody who doesn't do psychology, haven't had any training or whatever, and that's not their thing? Would you consider that to be a debate with somebody like Joshua? I don't know if he goes by Josh or Joshua, but Joshua.
Yeah, they could debate. Yeah, yes, it's possible. It's always that's not even a question.
That would be
just that academically that person is degreed. Academically, Joshua is degreed because in context, his intelligence was being attacked. That he didn't understand methodology. I never heard, nobody got into the minutia of the discussion. It was all about from the jump, I didn't understand the methodology. What are you talking about? Methodology is all about aptitude and applying scientific research. And that is a given when you're at that level because you have to be able to do that to even be a linguist or an engineer or a psychologist. You got to know that the minute you fill out a college application.
But there's different methods and different. There's different methods.
Establishes methodological skill.
No, the fact that someone knows that there is a procedure and step and process to from start to finish on something does not mean that they know those actual procedures, steps, and processes.
It doesn't have to be indicative to the subject matter. I know what you're saying. What I'm talking about is Joshua never claimed to be a linguist. That was not the discussion. It was the critique of Asar's book, not whether he could understand linguistic methodology.
No, I think that was
not the topic.
But see, that's what's confusing. But see, that's what's confusing to a lot of people because Asar's work is grounded in linguistic issues. And so if Joshua but so I'm just saying this is some of the perception that I'm seeing from various people, and of course not everybody, but it's confusing a bit because Asar's work is grounded in linguistics, and
Okay.
and it's heavily laden with linguistic issues, proofs, all this other kind of stuff. So when somebody critiques it, the natural assumption is that they're critiquing linguistic issues. You see, and so
Yes, yes.
you could see where that's an easy. So it's not a matter of flipping. It's just a normal.
No, it's a matter of ignorance, because it's an appeal to ignorance, matter of fact. Because if I'm a critic, but I'm an enthusiast, let's say I'm an enthusiast of linguistic studies, then I am going to do a comparative peripheral investigation and corroborate with experts that support my opinion, which keeps my integrity intact. I might not be a linguist, but look, I found Christopher Eric. Look, I found this one. Look, I found that one.
And that's what Asar, that's what Joshua did, and that's what Asar pointed out to educate Joshua that in order to do this kind of critique, because a critique is a critique. Like I can critique something, whatever. I can say I'm critiquing it, but I guess the strength of a critique, if we were to range it from 1 to 10, the stronger critiques are those who could actually get into the actual work. Because
No,
that's
not true. I'll flat out disagree with you.
Okay, but here's the thing. If I write a book on complex astrophysics information, somebody can critique my book for my grammar and syntax, but not even touch my actual work and meat of what I'm conveying.
Yes.
Somebody could do that. But now if somebody were to parade around and say, hey, I'm critiquing this book, the average person is going to assume that they're critiquing the astrophysics part of it and not the grammar and syntax part of it. So all I'm saying is that when Asar, what I'm saying is that Asar is writing linguistic work, doing linguistic work. So when a person like Joshua or anybody says they're critiquing it, the average person in the world is gonna say, okay, Joshua must be critiquing the linguistic work. And so, but in order to do that, they have to have some wherewithal about the work.
No.
Oh, so you're
I know what you mean. I know what you mean.
Oh, but you disagree.
But see, this is where I would want this to advance with y'all, because I think some of your questions will be answered. It needs to be.
But you disagree? I'm just asking you, do you disagree with what I just said, though?
Yes. The reason I disagree with it is because we need more data. Like, we need more data than just a short conversation that these two people had. So we need to, because linguistics is a specialized field of study, and it's usually a peripheral field. That means that anthropology, geography, and like genetics and other things are accompanied with linguistics. So that means we should go into organized argument where we have debate, where we're bringing case study, where we're bringing information that corroborates, where we're bringing primary sources. You know what I'm saying? That's when we're able to do that. And then that demonstration can be illustrated properly in its proper context. We would have the seasoned linguist, who would be Asar. He says he's a linguist. Okay, fine. That's straw man. We don't have to argue that. Okay, you're the linguist. You know how to illustrate this. And this is the investigator. This is someone that's investigating and critiquing your book. So then we bring our data and we toil. Like scientists, we clash.
Okay, but I'm trying to get.
We have a challenge. I mean, that's
the
only thing that makes sense to me.
Okay, but I'm trying to understand. I'm gonna try to understand you a little bit better. So you're saying that I don't have to know linguistics, but I could critique linguistic work. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, you can. Because if you are going to critique that linguistic work, you have to investigate it. You have to learn about it. You may not be able to demonstrate it all, break it down to the minutia, but you can get general understanding of linguistics and then say, okay, now I know where to go to get my solutions because I understand the general archetype of linguistics. I understand it.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. So if you're an onlooker, and let's say I'm critiquing a linguistic piece of work. My question to you, how would you know if I'm successfully making superior claims to prove that this person is wrong in this or that area? How would you know that as an onlooker to me if I never demonstrated?
Because we obviously know you have to have knowledge of the subject matter. I know you can't be insinuating that we're expounding for the last 2 minutes on somebody who just gonna write something and don't know absolutely nothing about linguistics. Like Joshua is somebody that knows about linguistics.
Well, I haven't seen anything.
That's what I'm talking about here. That's just not fair.
No. I see. I'm not trying to be fair. I'm trying to like understand what you're saying, and I'm using myself as the example. So I'm saying that how could you possibly know if I am successfully or effectively proving my points against a person's work if I don't show it, if I don't demonstrate?
What do you mean? If you have knowledge of it, demonstrating it is a totally different paradigm within the knowledge scope. That's within that. Well, Asar teaches linguistics, does he not?
I'm talking about you as an onlooker. Like how would you?
But I'm not an onlooker.
How would you know?
I am a peripheral investigator. I'm not an onlooker.
Okay,
What's an onlooker?
What
is that term?
Okay, I was painting a scenario. I was saying that if you're sitting in the audience and I'm on stage debating a linguist,
mm-hmm.
and I'm trying to prove that this linguist is wrong in X, Y, and Z, how would you know if I am effectively doing it?
I'm going to refer to an expert. I'm going to go to an expert to verify you because I don't know it, but that expert does. If I see somebody committing a heart transplant, I'm going to go, that look dumb. Why did he cut him that way? Well, I'm going to go ask a doctor that does it.
Okay, so now this brings back, because, well, let me just finish my statement. I was saying, if I never demonstrate, when you go to the expert,
Asar has demonstrated it, though. You give the scenario.
I'm saying me.
Moving it around now.
No, listen. Because now you're changing my scenario. I'm not talking about Asar not demonstrating. I'm saying me as the person who's going against Asar. I'm trying to prove Asar.
Chief X need to get a Wajabu sweatshirt. You need to make him your press secretary.
But listen.
That dude didn't.
Well, listen. Listen. Hold up. Listen real quick. So because
go.
Because here's the scenario. Because yes, Asar has demonstrated. He got some slides up. He demonstrated X, Y, and Z. Here I come on the stage. It's my turn. I'm telling the audience that Asar is wrong.
Right.
Asar is wrong, but I don't demonstrate anything. So that's my question. You as an audience person sitting in the audience, how will you know if I'm effectively proving him wrong or not if I don't demonstrate?
In that instance, you wouldn't know. Now, if you have intelligence and the wherewithal, you're going to observe it,
mm-hmm.
what you were subject to, and you're going to go get and refer an expert.
But what are you going to give the expert if I never demonstrate anything? What are you going to give for me?
You're going to give him the body of work that was demonstrated.
From Asar.
There's the demonstration.
From Asar, right?
The demonstration.
From Asar and not me, right?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's what I'm saying. So you're okay. So you're just gonna recheck Asar's work, but not what I'm saying in terms of how he's wrong.
What you're saying in that scenario means that person's gonna be ignorant at that point. They're not gonna know what you're talking about. They can only give conjecture. Oh, this don't make no sense. I'm just gonna criticize this because it don't make no sense.
All right. So now,
but again, But what is this conversation? What does that example have to do with what actually happened between Asar?
Okay, so here's the connection.
What you're talking about.
Okay, here's the connection. So you in the audience, you would take Asar's work to an expert, right? You would take in an expert and have the expert check. Now, my next question to you would be, how do you know if the expert is is
wow. You call
is
yourself an
successfully
expert, don't you?
is successfully
If somebody came to you and said you're not an expert in Medew-ntr, are you going to say, yeah, you're right?
No, I don't call myself an
if
expert.
somebody cited Wajawu as a source to substantiate a claim in Medew-ntr, would you tell them, don't cite me because I'm not an expert?
No, that's not the question though.
Okay,
but no,
that's
but answer
irrational.
No. Hold up.
What
Let
do you
me
mean?
make
How
sure
do
you
I know
understand.
the expert is invalid? Christopher Eric, the sources that are being used.
No. That wasn't my question.
Joshua's statements.
Wait.
These people are more than adequate.
Okay,
They're
I'm not
more than adequate to support.
How would you
Okay,
know
wait,
if you don't know
one
how to go
second.
behind them?
Wait. I'm saying I'm not.
You don't know
Wait.
how to go behind them.
Listen,
You just
I'm
reach
not.
out to them.
Okay, but listen,
You give them the work and say, tell me what you think.
But hold up,
What you mean?
But I'm saying I'm not questioning the expertise.
True.
Okay, again, I'm not saying, okay, let's say you take it to Christopher Eric. Let's just use Christopher Eric as an example. You take Assar's work and give it to Christopher Eric. Okay? And so my question to you, and Christopher Eric is an expert. So let's all concede and agree that he's an expert. But my question to you is, how will you know between Asar and Christopher Eric who's right or wrong if you don't know enough about the subject matter to discern that?
If you do know this, if you know about the subject matter, then that's null and void. We're talking about your scenario that you painted.
Yeah, I'm saying.
Who says Joshua don't know? Because it wasn't enough data to say Joshua don't know, because that conversation was only done under the terms that Asar created. We're only doing a half hour.
No.
Then when we went live, he jumped all the way to the middle of the video. Then he started talking about these long dissertations about other stuff. He set the rules of engagement behind the scenes where it wasn't everybody watching.
But
Since you watched the video, you wasn't on the phone call when we set the conversation up.
Yeah, but
so you don't know what the rules of engagement were. You don't have enough data.
Well, 1 second though. Here's the thing. In my scenario, I didn't use Joshua. I used you. I was saying.
And
okay.
I told you that in that scenario, that would apply. What you're talking about, but in the what we're talking about tonight has nothing to do with that scenario. That's a straw man.
No. But see, you're making the connection. I didn't even connect it to Joshua. I'm talking you, Kansu. I'm talking to you. Okay.
Why would we need to talk about a fictitious scenario?
No,
in which
because that's what I'm choosing.
Like
Listen,
you're telling me how I would act.
No, I'm not telling you. Listen, I'm not.
We was going somewhere.
No. Wait. I'm not telling you how you would act or any of that. So don't do that on me. Don't do that to me. I'm asking you questions, and it seemed like I don't know what it is, but don't like you're trying to like think for me. I'm not trying to connect it to Joshua or anything. Okay. I'm talking to you. So I was painting a scenario for you. I was saying if I'm debating Asar, like I'm saying, based on your knowledge of linguistics, you know what you know and what you don't know. Okay. And so if you have to go to an expert to check Asar's work, and I filled in that gap, I said, let's use Christopher Eric. If Christopher Eric, you give Asar's work to Christopher Eric and Christopher Eric gives you back a reply or whatever the case is, my question to you, Kansu, not Joshua, Kansu, how would you know who's right or wrong in that scenario if you yourself don't know enough about the subject matter to make that discerning point, to discern that?
In my opinion, I'm going to look at the level of training and what is supporting that expert. And Christopher Eric has an institution of learning that supports his work. Peer review, whole nine. He has a tenured institution that validates his work. That to the point they gave him title emeritus, where you can synthesize at that point. Emeritus means you have the ability to synthesize scholarly work, where he don't even have to create primaries no more, because he's gone through those challenges of being tested to be emeritus. When I look at,
do you think that's acceptable?
Yes, in the world of
Why?
scholarship, because it's the world of scholarship.
So you take someone's word?
In the world of scholarship.
Oh man.
If a doctor tells you, then how can you support a vaccine? If a certified doctor who formulated the vaccine in a laboratory tells you this works, then you're trusting their education and certification to be able to create the vaccine. Now you turn around and tell me, should I trust their words?
Okay, so now
Come on, man. You think you talking to somebody that's slow, bro.
Okay, so let's just
wrong one,
all right.
bro.
Let's
You
round
got the
this.
wrong cat.
Let's round it so we can move on to something else.
You
So
reach, I teach.
just for clarification, and you can correct me. It sounds like you're saying in that scenario that because Christopher Eric has X, Y, and Z credentials, that you're gonna roll with what he says on that matter.
In the world of scholarship, we have criteria that denotes fact, because we have to use a process called the scientific method. So this person has gone through the rigorous tests that shows aptitude based on his accomplishment. Yes, because in this field that we're talking about, it requires intelligence. Now, that doesn't discredit Brother Asar, but if Brother Asar is at a certain level and he has no supportive substantiation, then quite naturally, I'm going to lean towards the one that does. Now, if that doesn't discredit that Brother Asar could not prove Eric wrong. That doesn't mean that. Brother Asar could. He could very well shut down Christopher Eric 1, 2, 3, knockout punch. That's not saying that he could not do that. But if somebody is a proven emeritus scholar, I am going to respect that achievement when their field is in the exact field as the other person. I'm going to defer.
Anybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, one second. So, and I appreciate that. So, just to kind of summarize everything you just said, your answer is yes, that you would defer, like you said, defer to the person that has more of the credentials, based on those credentials.
Yeah, but it's more complex than that, because now I'm going to lean towards Christopher Eric, right? But then I'm going to have to see the aptitude here. I'm going to see how he rebuts.
Okay,
how
but
does
now
Asar handle that. But if we're talking that initial scenario that you're painting, the initial scenario that you're talking about, in retrospect, yes, I'm going to lean towards the emeritus scholar.
Okay, so now what that sets up is that it basically is saying that the person with the most credentials is always going to be on top.
No,
unless wait. Let me finish, because let me say this, because otherwise, okay, if we take it based on what you said, that you defer to Christopher Eric because he's an emeritus and he has these different titles, et cetera, then if that's the automatic or default defer to him, then if that's what you rely on and not the actual demonstration of where Asar is wrong, et cetera, for you, and this goes back to what I initially asked, how would you know? Like okay, Christopher Eric gives you a response. You give Asar's book to Christopher Eric. Christopher Eric sends you an email back and says Asar is wrong. Okay, and so
I'm laughing at Chief. I'm not laughing at Chief.
Okay, so he says Asar is wrong. Asar is wrong. And so most people would take that and that'll be it. So they wouldn't even ask Christopher Eric, well, can you demonstrate how Asar is wrong? And even if Christopher Eric were to do that, you as a person, how would you know that Christopher Eric is actually being correct in showing how Asar is wrong until you yourself learn how to do the work also? That's my question.
Well, I've been saying that over and over again. He's an expert. He's been certified as an expert. We're talking about something scholastic here. We're not talking about something philosophical. We're
Not
talking
at
about
all.
something scholastic.
Not at
so
all. Right.
I'm operating scholastically if I'm making a cross reference. I'm corroborating.
So you don't feel like
okay, Asar demonstrated that.
So
I don't quite understand that demonstration.
So you don't feel that you have to learn?
So let me refer to a peer. So this peer here has credentials. That's why you get credentials, to be recognized.
Okay, so this is what Asar was leaning towards when he said appeal to authority. So let me ask you this way: do you feel it's necessary to actually learn to do the work yourself,
Now we talking about learning.
do you think? No, I'm saying, do you think that it would be to your advantage to also learn how to do the work yourself as well?
Yeah, it would be. That would be great if you're inclined to do that. But that doesn't diminish your intelligence and ability to discern. It's called reasoning. I've been
No.
hollering inductive and deductive. If you're going to abduct something, take something from, then you have to have consistent inductive and deductive ability.
But let me
You can't
okay, let me
just be a didact. You cannot be a didact without a foundation of knowing how to reference.
okay, let me just say
Even
this.
a didact knows where to get their knowledge from. They just didn't go to sleep, wake up, and say, I'm brilliant.
Right.
They had
Let me
to go
let me
tap into other experts' minds.
Okay, but here, let me just make this distinction just in case I'm not being clear. Like for me, for example, I am a computer programmer, computer scientist, and I was a top network administrator and senior programmer for a company for years, and I actually had to train people with degrees, had more education than me, older than me. I had to train them in what I do, and they made more money than me. Okay, so the thing is, just because someone has more credentials does not mean anything unless you do the work. So because I can do the work, it puts me at an advantage. So because you went back to, okay, if a person is inclined to do that, and I'm saying that if I don't know how to do the work, I'm really handicapping myself, because now I have to rely on leaning on who is more credential, who weighs the heaviest.
Why would you write a book
who weighs the heaviest
and offer it to the public? Why would then you're basically, that's a contradiction. Why would a person write an intricate book like Linguistics and just give it out there to the unassuming public who are not going to be able to understand the book in the first damn place? If I thought like that, then I really would be bashing his book instead of respecting it. If I thought like you just did, you telling me I'm going to purposely write a book that's over the heads of everybody and charge them. That's what you're saying.
No, that's
because
not what I'm
saying. The
saying.
average person is not going to understand Assar's work. You saying they got to have knowledge of it, then they got to have knowledge of it to read it.
No. That's your.
Just because
Wait. Hold up.
Criticizing it, now you putting it in a. Yes, that's what you're saying.
No. Hold up. That's
exactly what you're saying.
No. This is the thing. There's a lot of instructional books. Like I buy books to learn something. So people don't buy book because if I already knew something, then there would be no need for me to seek knowledge. so that was crazy.
So then if you
wait, hold up. So
that somebody that's ignorant is listening to a presentation. If you paint a scenario that somebody's ignorant that's listening to a presentation, they're not gonna know what the hell's going on. Number one, I wouldn't know what's going on. I'm just listening.
Right.
So the best thing that I could do is refer to
present a fault.
Okay,
to translate for me. How's that my fault?
No. Hold up. Wait.
I got enough sense to go to a translator.
No, but here's the thing.
Saying?
But here's the thing. So that happens in real among us. That happens all the time where people will go to two people debating about a subject that they themselves are oblivious to, and they go for the entertainment. They see who can rah the best. That's what happens on these platforms right here right now already.
Yeah.
So I don't want to pretend that don't happen. But that's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is when somebody decides to criticize or try to debate the person. That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about a person who's just gonna sit there and be silent and they don't know nothing. Then that's cool, because we got a lot of people like that. I'm talking about, in order for me to critique Neil deGrasse Tyson on astrophysics and so on and so forth, I need to know something about that subject to the point.
Yes, you do. And the only way you're going to know is to, like Admiral Rosquad says, source up or shut up. Because if you went looking for those sources, now you have knowledge of it. If you didn't research those sources, now you're a fool.
But hold up, but here's the thing.
That if I come with sources, I don't know it. I had to know. I had to learn something to be able to go to direct sources. That's what they call primary.
But here's the difference. Wait, here's the difference. So I go to the sources. So here I am. I'm arguing with Neil deGrasse Tyson on some complex astrophysics things. I don't know what he knows. I don't know that stuff. So all I can do is consult some experts. But guess what? When I consult the experts, let me ask you this, Kansu. because I'm gonna summarize because I don't want to harper too anymore on this. So let's say you're looking for an answer to something, and you go to expert A, and expert A tells you the answer is this. Then you, being an intelligent person, you're like, wait a minute, I don't know if I could just roll with one expert. Let me check with another source. So you go to expert B. Expert B's answer is complete contradictory to expert A. What do you do in that situation?
What do you mean? What do you do in that situation?
I'm asking you, what would you do in that situation?
You're going to formulate a consensus. You have to do that. It's going to take more than just A and B.
Okay, so what you're telling me is that you're going to go.
That's what researchers do. They
Okay.
formulate a consensus. They don't just go with one versus the other scenario. You're going to be in the same conundrum.
Okay, I got you. So okay, I got you. So if it's A and B, you would basically be stuck, and you had to seek a C and D and E and so on and so forth, right?
Of course.
Okay, so now, and so this is the thing. This is what a point was raising about consensus, and then about appealing to authority, because what ends up happening is you really don't know, because you know consensus is overturned all the time, right? Throughout history.
Every day.
Okay.
Every hour.
Right, exactly. And when that occurs, it's always a minority. Like the consensus is the majority, and then it's this minority thing that overturns it through time. It doesn't. It's never a overnight thing. So if
everything you're saying, I agree with y'all.
Okay.
Yeah, just let him finish.
Yeah. So okay. So in that scenario, I'm consulting expert A and B. They're saying the opposite. I'm like, dang, go on. Now I got to consult with C. C agrees with B. Consult with D. D agrees with B. E, and all the letters of the alphabet agree with B. But yet, 20 years later, A ended up being correct, even though it wasn't a consensus at the time of my research, and it overturned. You see what I'm saying? That's what you just now said. You agree with me on how consensus is changing. You said every day, and I agree. So
consensus does change.
Okay, so if that scenario can happen, and it does, then isn't it to your advantage, or if I'm the one, in my advantage, for me to learn myself so that I can discern if expert A, B through Z is what they're saying is right or wrong, or whatever the case is? Wouldn't it be better for me to learn the field that I'm trying to investigate, so that I can make those determinations myself, and fact check all the experts?
You can't check all the experts, number one. And number two, you are organically going to learn the field you're talking about when you investigate. You're going to receive knowledge organically by investigating it, especially if it's of a scholarly nature. You're going into the forensics of the matter.
Okay,
because
so
when you go into something forensically, you naturally ascertain.
Okay, so
then you start to assimilate to that knowledge, and then you're able to apply that knowledge reasonably.
Okay, so do you study Egypt, right?
Of course, yes. I studied Kemet very heavily.
Okay, do you know the language?
No.
Okay.
Actually, I'm learning. A friend of mine, Christopher Withers, I'm getting ready to go into Raketi Ahmed's class. We're really cool. I know our family, when she was going to university at the Oriental Institute.
Okay.
I'm looking forward to that.
Oh, and that's great. And that's really great. But the reason why I asked you that, though, is because just because someone is inquisitive and maybe enthusiastic about a subject does not say that they're going to learn what would be required for them to raise their level of aptitude to be able to discern fact from fiction.
Well, right or wrong.
Yes. Right or wrong,
You're
right?
You're right or wrong. You're right. There's no right or wrong to that. But we're not discussing. This is where this conversation got blown out of proportion between Asar and Joshua, because Joshua has just as much aptitude as Brother Asar. Brother Asar may be advanced in his ability to illustrate the usage of linguistical studies and development.
I have the aptitude
no question.
of Neil deGrasse Tyson, though.
Subject matter. The aptitude was not the subject matter, yet it was showcased, and it took away from what that conversation could have been and should have been.
Okay, I have the same aptitude as Neil deGrasse Tyson, but I wouldn't dare try to challenge him on the complexities of astrophysics just because I have the same level of aptitude.
He wouldn't mind.
Now you're speaking for him?
Why would he mind?
Wait, now you're speaking for him.
If
Now
he's
you're
the
speaking.
foremost expert, if he's the foremost expert, let me ask you a question.
Wait, hold. But you just said he don't. You just say he.
Let me ask you a question.
You just say he don't mind.
Neil deGrasse Tyson, is he supported by an institution? Was he institutionally trained?
I'm trying to figure it out. How you gonna say he don't mind? That was weird.
Because if he's institutionally trained as an expert, why would he have to prove himself to you? Right?
No, what I'm saying.
Right.
But you're like going somewhere else. All I'm saying is that.
I'm not.
But listen, I'm saying a person's two people's aptitude equal being equal does not speak to the actual issues at hand, because like I said, I have the same aptitude as a Neil deGrasse Tyson. Okay.
Wait a minute, bro. You got members on this chat that I don't even come close to you in Medew, but they are in your class.
No, we're talking about aptitude and intelligence.
To take your class. It's just like the people in the chat room. These people in the chat room ain't where Asar at, but that ain't stopping them from buying the book. That ain't stopping them. I done seen people give opinions that probably can't even change a distributor cap, but trying to give an opinion on linguistics. All of a sudden, all these linguistic experts is talking.
But
how is that possible?
But see,
how is everybody in the chat an expert on linguistics all of a sudden when Asar and Joshua were talking?
I think we're talking.
No, Asar made sense. How you know Asar made sense? If I'm using your logic, how the hell would Chief X tell me Asar is making sense when he ain't a damn linguist?
Okay, so here's the thing
come on with y'all, man.
No. Listen, because I think
you're flipping and flopping, bro.
No, actually,
you flipping and flopping, man.
Actually, if I flipped, then I'm flipping. I never flop. All right, but here's the thing. So
I'm corrected.
Here's the thing. No, but we're talking apples and oranges, though. All I'm saying is that the equality of aptitude means nothing when it comes to the specificity of what somebody is demonstrating or claiming or arguing against, et cetera, et cetera. If I don't know enough about that specific topic, I'm not even qualified to say if a person is right or wrong. I can only run to some experts and hope that they think for me and tell me that this person wrong. Like for example,
have you consulted Pat Riley? You need to consult Pat Riley. You need Army Raw Squad one-on-one training, because this is not making any sense. You basically are nullifying the ability to go and research source.
No, I'm not at all.
Don't you hear source up and shut up all the time?
Listen.
You got to be able to go and access information to validate your thoughts.
I'm not
you can't
at
just
all.
Have a thought and say, well, since I don't know it,
I'm not at all.
Research it because I don't know it.
Okay. Okay.
I don't understand Asar. I bet not research it.
No.
Master said, "Don't research what I say."
See, you're saying okay. Let me say what I'm saying so that you won't miss what I'm saying. So citing experts, there's no problem with that. You're missing my point. Is that just because I can find an expert Joe Schmo to agree.
Joe Schmo.
The expert's name is.
How can an expert be a Joe Schmo?
Okay,
let's
say expert Christopher. Okay, let's say the expert's name is Christopher, since you don't like Joe and Schmo. Okay, so let's say I find an expert named Christopher, and I just repeat what he says.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's what you're saying, and people do that. You're missing my point. You're missing my point. Wait, hold on. Wait. Let me get this out. Let me get this out. Let's scratch Joe Schmo. I said Christopher. So I'm repeating what Christopher said, but yet I don't even know if Christopher is right or wrong. But just because he's an expert or whatever, I'm gonna repeat it. So my point is that people do that all the time. We cite sources. We cite sources for different reasons. Sometimes you cite a source because it's a primary, secondary, tertiary source, depending on how you're using it. But when people cite an expert to appeal to the expert, then that is borderline appealing to authority. because in many instances, because just because, and you agreed to this earlier, experts can make mistakes, right?
Humans make mistakes.
Okay, and experts are humans. Therefore, experts can make mistakes. So, since experts can make mistakes, if I cite one, does that guarantee accuracy? Yes or no?
Yes, in the field of expertise. When we talk about the field of expertise,
Wait a minute.
Oh my God! You know
All
what?
right.
No. Listen.
When I am accessing, no, let me finish this.
All
When
right.
I am accessing an expert, they have been trained
I got
in
it.
discernment.
I got
This
you.
is totally different. You're trying to conflate some ignorant
No.
person
No,
that's
I'm not.
accessing data. That's
No, I'm not.
what we're talking about.
No.
See,
see,
you're
one of the- one of the
wait. You're telling me what I'm trying to do, and I swear I'm not doing it. Like I'm the opposite.
I don't understand.
I'm the opposite.
You
Okay.
cite sources every day with y'all. When
And
you
I
cite it,
said
it's
that.
okay?
And I said
You're
and I said
intelligent enough to
and I
cite a
s-
source?
and I said that's
nobody is it?
listen, and I said that's what we do. I said we do it. So let me
Okay,
say it
so
again.
what's the point?
Then you must
read
be
a book,
missing.
You don't agree with it, you cite a source.
No, listen to what I'm saying.
To back up your
Okay,
disagreement.
listen to what I'm saying, because I'm saying you're saying things I'm not saying. So I think you need to kind of let that get out your mind for a second. Empty your cup. What I'm saying is that citing a source, and we all do it. We all do it, and we do it for different reasons. But citing a source, that source could be wrong. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, now since a source can be wrong, what should you do to ensure that it's accurate? What is your best move? What would you suggest to get to the accuracy? And what I'm saying is that it's best for a person to learn the actual subject matter that they're talking about and that they need the source for in the first place.
So when you go to learn it, who do you learn it from?
You can be an autodidact. You can learn it from another.
Who do you learn it from?
Okay. Who you can learn?
Autodidact had to go tap into something. It didn't come to them.
I know,
like
but if you allow me to answer,
who and what do you resource?
Okay, just allow me, when you ask me questions, just allow me to answer, because I was gonna work from being autodidact to actually getting up under an expert. But even autodidacts, they even when you read a book on your own, the author is indirectly your teacher. So no matter what, you're gonna learn something. You can learn.
Okay, so you had to access something to learn, right? You had to be induced.
Most definitely,
deduction
it's not
is where the word didact comes from.
It's not.
That's
Listen,
where the word didact comes from, to deduce.
Listen.
Automatically.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Wait a minute. Here's the thing. Hold on.
Just let him. Just when he talks, just let him finish his.
Yeah, I was
I understand that, Queen. But he's skipping over what we're talking about. He created a mechanism of starting as an autodidact. He's talking about the ability to learn.
He was about to explain. You asked him a question about who would you go to. So he was giving you a list. He started on a list and you cut him short. So if you let him finish, then he will give you that list.
I'll defer. Since you asked me to, I'll do that.
Okay, so what I was saying was that my point for the last 20 minutes on this topic is that you, or not you, Kansu, but a person is in their best position when they take the time to put in the work and the rigorous study on whatever particular topic that they are investigating, researching, or whatever the case is. And the reason being is because that if you don't, then you're gonna have to lean on another person to think for you. Be they an expert, top of their field, expert at the bottom of their field, or some random YouTube guy. So I'm giving the whole range. If you yourself haven't taken that time to put in that effort yourself, then you're gonna be handicapped and forced to lean on one of the above. Okay? And all I'm saying is that your best position is to learn it yourself, however you do it, whether it's by way of being an autodidact, reading books, or falling under the wings of an expert. Either way, your best position is to learn to do the work yourself. And your competency and proficiency in that particular subject matter is confirmed, verified, and proven by your ability to demonstrate it. That's my point. That's all I'm saying.
Now, we are basically agreeing with y'all. I've been saying this. When I refer an expert, I'm going under the wings of that expert. The only issue here is that Joshua personally chose not to demonstrate it because of the terms of agreement that was brought forth in the discussion prior to the stream. And I'm telling you that this deserves to expand greater, so it's a benefit to Joshua and Asar. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I don't know why people were making this, and Asar even said it. I was shocked. This whole methodology thing, like, I don't understand that.
Okay, but
that took away from the conversation.
Hey, Kansu.
Yes, sir.
You saying Joshua can actually demonstrate that?
I'm not sure. If I could answer it, I would, but I'm not going to answer that.
I heard you call me Pat Riley. You funny. That's funny. That was a good one.
Hey, man, you. I mean, I meant it in a caring way because you put this shit together. Man, you put all of this shit together.
Yeah, but you talking to one of the best right now, yo, on Wu Job, bro. So you should really, if you can, yo,
I'm not
sit back.
that, man.
You should really. You know what? You could really. I think if y'all just for one moment stop trying to win. Sometimes you gotta stop trying to win to win. Mm-hmm. And you smart enough. Joshua seems to be smart enough. Just sit back and actually hear the brothers out. And then after you hear them out, right, read the other material and see that they really just adding to that shit for real. Excuse my language. They just adding to it. They doing more than Greenberg could do. And based off the fact it wasn't a lot of African languages available like that. So you got to look at the time period when he was doing it. 1937, man. How many black people, Africans on the continent, had the ability that wasn't colonized to actually start doing comparisons in their own language? It wasn't there. So it would deduce, and you're pretty smart, that based off of that alone, that it is more material available to us to reach our conclusions, and that's just what Asar is doing. You know what I'm saying? That's just what Brother Wuja is doing. So it's not like they're trying to overtake the authority. They're just saying, wait a minute, the authority didn't have that stuff. So if y'all just took the time and kind of listened in, you know what I mean? And it seemed like Joshua, he gonna try to learn the damn thing. Y'all could really help, you know what I mean, help move this shit forward. And if we wrong at the end of the day. But at least we ain't sit back and let a bunch of other people outside of Africa tell us how languages should be. They don't allow us to do it, though. And that's not Black Algae at all. We're not allowed to tell them what their languages are, but yet they're allowed to tell us what our languages are. Come on, man. We colonized at that point, yo. Like, that's all I want to really say, yo. Like, give them brothers a chance, man.
No, I respect that, bro.
So
I respect that completely.
Okay, so let's see how. Okay, so earlier, I'm just gonna use this example before we move on. You said autodidact, and you said didact is from deduce. Can you give a source for that? Because my aptitude tells me that autodidact doesn't mean that at all. The didact part of auto, the didact part is not the same as deduce. They're not the same. So when you said it, I was confused, but I didn't want to interrupt.
Oh man.
Because you made that a point.
Yeah. Let me answer this, man.
I just want a source.
No, I know what you said. What I'm just saying is what I'm trying to say. When I said autodidact, we understand that it is from deduction. It is a form of deduction, man. I'm not here to try to minutia and source every word I say. And then when I tell you,
no, you don't have
tell Asar to provide a source, no, how do you know the source is not wrong?
Well,
now you want me to go to a source. So how do I know this source that I go for ain't wrong? Which one is it, bro? When our source is valid and when they not? That's what you just said. Now you trying to ask, now you, at the sake of trying to belittle my knowledge, you're going to tell me to go look for a source now.
I didn't say. Wait, no,
I mean,
wait.
that's why I didn't want to get into this conversation because it's moot, it's irrelevant.
1 second.
It ain't got nothing. I clearly stated.
This is number 2.
What Ankh stated 30 minutes ago.
Wait.
But it took Ankh to say it. I said I wanted a good debate that would benefit everybody.
I'm not talking about no debate, brother. Listen, I'm not talking about.
But you're not reiterating that, though.
But wait, I'm not talking right now. I'm not talking about a debate. Right now I'm talking to you, Kunsu, about a statement.
You're talking to me.
Okay, you made a statement.
I'm only on here because of the subject matter.
And that's great. But you made a statement that autodidact, because I'm the one that used that word, and you made a statement.
You invented the word?
I didn't say I invented it. Listen, brother, I didn't say I invented it. I said I'm the one that used it in this conversation just now. Okay? So when I said it, you said autodidact. You said it means deduce. You said it comes from.
Deduce
it comes from.
is
You said it
about
comes from.
being
Wait.
Self-taught. Deduce means self-taught. Self-taught is the organic origin, because it's a Greek word, autodidactos. It means self-taught.
Okay, that
self-taught is what deduction means. We naturally deduce. We use our brain to deduce things when they're induced.
No.
That's the purpose of the amygdala. That's the purpose. The amygdala working to the hippocampus and then reaching the brainstem.
No.
That's the point of deduction, bro. Why are you trying to minutia the thing?
No, I'm listen. I'm not. You said. I'm going by. Okay, then repeat what you said. Then let me.
I know what I said. I said that deduct alludes to deduction. It alludes to that.
Okay, so deduct doesn't mean to show and prove and demonstrate.
Look up the dictionary, man. Look in the dictionary, bro. I don't see the point of that.
Okay, my point. Okay. Listen,
if you go
my
to
point.
An etymology book and you go to autodidact, it's going to mean self-taught. Autodidact, self-taught.
Right.
Auto is self.
That ain't what it's a question.
Didact is teach.
Right. That wasn't my question.
If you go to an etymology book.
I know what it means. I use the word.
Generally.
I use the word.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Why would I have to minutia every single word I'm saying?
Listen.
You saying basically you wasn't getting super technical. You was just saying basically you wasn't getting super technical.
Yeah, I wasn't getting all technical and shit just to.
I
wasn't doing that. Why should I have to when I know who I'm talking to?
Listen, because okay, but here's the thing.
But you dealing with a smart cat, bro.
Here's the thing. Hold up. I'm hearing echoes.
He doesn't want somebody to do to him what he just did.
He just has look.
Okay, so here's the thing. So
all that cheerleader shit.
But do it better.
Okay.
You're dealing with an Army Raw Squad veteran. All that cheerleader shit don't work.
It ain't got nothing to do with you.
I know everybody. Listen.
The conversation
it's about you making a point that was
the conversation that we're having, bro. With respect to you. This is to respect you. The conversation we're having is materialized from situations that you weren't even around and a part of. So you don't even have a clue. You just jumping in because you loyal to Army Raw Squad, and that's respect.
Look,
but you really don't know what you're talking about.
I have, you're making a whole bunch of.
No, I'm not. Because
you're concluding things about me. You can't talk.
But you making assumptions of what I'm doing.
Brother, I'm making no assumptions about anything. I'm addressing you. I don't know you.
I don't know you either. But I know Jaru.
Okay, but hold up. But see now we're going sideways. So let's do this. All right, so let's do this because if the panel fills up, let's just do this. Let everybody. We're gonna move on. But I don't want to leave that dangling. The only reason why I asked you that was because autodidact and deduction and deduce, they're different. And Asar Imhotep has actually put both words in the chat to demonstrate that.
I understand that they're different, bro. We were talking generally. What the hell? I wasn't taking an exam.
No.
What are you talking about?
Nobody.
Deduction is still in the realm of deducing. When you mention autodidact, that's what I'm talking about, the ability to deduce. When you learn things naturally, you still have to go through a deduction process.
Okay, but it's important.
Okay, you've been using the word learn all night. So you gotta learn.
And that's and what is that?
Oh man. That's crazy. Deduction, didact, induction.
So
learning,
you
all
just
that's in the same.
you just see it all the
in
same, right?
dichotomy.
That's the same. That's the same. Okay. All right. I got
I'm
you.
not saying it's the same. It's in the same dichotomy.
Dichotomy.
It's not the same word.
Same
It's in
dichotomy.
the same dichotomy.
Dichotomy.
You should know that.
The same
dichotomy.
The same dichotomy.
It is.
All right. What do you mean when you say dichotomy? Because maybe I don't know.
When I'm talking about dichotomy, I'm talking about the byproducts of an epistemology. When people start developing pedagogies, they create little small dichotomies that exist within an epistemology. Because we start out ontologically. We start learning things naturally by the observance of science. As we advance, we create an epistemology. That epistemology then breaks off to different branches, like a tree. Those become dichotomies because they're attached to different societies. And everyone learns at a different modality. So intelligence in Africa may not be the same, may appear to not be the same intelligence in Europe.
But what was the dichotomy that you were addressing at that moment specifically?
No, the dichotomy that I was addressing is
what is attached. A whole lot of other stuff.
The dichotomy that I was addressing was what is attached to the misunderstanding of this conversation.
All right,
People are trying to blow this out of proportion instead of dealing with what I'm trying to go where Ankh is talking about.
Okay, so let's move on.
I'm not trying to devalue with Jawu or Asar.
All right, so let's
debate and let's get it cracking.
Okay, so let's move on.
At the end of the day, everybody gonna learn from it. I don't know why that's hard to understand.
No, I think
I don't understand.
I think we learned enough.
Yeah, I think we can move on, but I do think that real debates are very educational. But
let's have one. Let's have one, and we don't even have to go through all that.
Yeah, I think real debates that we have yet to see on these various platforms. I think if one could actually really take place, I think a lot of people will benefit from it. So I'm all for a debate. I'm a trained debater from college, so I know the value of debates, and it is off the chain.
Imperative. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so let's
just because I raise my hand and I say, hey man, I kind of don't agree with you, it don't mean all of a sudden I'm against everything you stand for and what you're trying to do. I just don't agree.
Yeah, I don't think anybody who practices scholarship takes it that way. It's like people who are not used to it will take things. They personify their identity.
It doesn't mean that I got to be
information.
trained. Understand? It doesn't mean that you should be. That comes with the territory. If I'm raising my hand, trust me, it should be a given that I have knowledge of what I'm talking about. If I choose to, it depends on whether I choose or not to demonstrate it for you. If I feel you're worthy enough for it, you don't know.
But here's the thing.
When it's time, it'll be shown.
Yeah, in scholarship though, demonstration beats conversation each and every time.
I agree.
Okay.
That was a conversation. That's what it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be just a conversation. Asar took it upon himself to start demonstrating, and he had the right because he was defending his work. So he's supposed to demonstrate. But Joshua was critiquing.
By demonstrating.
That's different.
But he was
critiquing the work.
But he had slides, though, right?
It was an initial conversation.
But he had slides.
Said we're going to have some more conversation.
But he had slides. But Joshua had slides, so he was trying to demonstrate something. But let's move.
He had slides of his video.
Let's move. No, I'm talking about on Joshua's video. He had slides of he had slides. He gave a presentation.
I think there's some people who have some things to say. Rasa and Hashimout, and I'll probably just say something after. Then you can move.
Okay,
on.
but hold up. Let me just prep the segue. So we're gonna move forward to a whole different topic. So that's we've exhausted that. And we're only gonna go back to it if Asar happens to pop on. But so now I want to move to the Kemetic Shrine Wars. And so let me just explain what I mean by that so I won't be misconstrued. By Kemetic Shrine Wars, I'm talking about the latest maybe month worth of conversations that we've been seeing between the following people. So I'm just gonna name them just to let people know what I'm talking about. We got the brother Unk, we got Jabari, we got Garfield, brother Reggie, Baba Heru, and even the brother Sanjetti as of recently. So between those 6 individuals, so the conversations that's been around that kind of talk with the Kemetic practitioners and things like that, and it really kind of springboards around a debate that's supposed to be coming up between Garfield and Jabari. So all of that's kind of at play. So I just want to make sure that's clear. But if anybody has something to finalize about the Assar-Joshua thing before we move on, that we've been hogging the mic for, then wrap that up, and then we can move into that. I appreciate it.
I'll let our son go first. He's been waiting.
I think T'Challa had his hand up the longest though. I don't know if he still. I know he was driving. So
Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm here, everybody. Just waiting, just listening in. I'll make this quick. I just wanted to point out an example of basically how the point of having degrees really doesn't. I'm not going to say it doesn't mean anything, but what I'm going to say is that I teach people with PhD. They have a PhD in music theory. I'm a West African percussionist, professional performing and teaching artist. I've been doing so for the last 13 years. We get people all the time who get jobs to go into the community and teach music, but may lose the job to someone who has a PhD in music theory, but they want to teach West African drums. And the points being brought up of how do you see who has the expertise? Well, you have to know enough about West African drumming not to hire someone who has just a PhD in music theory, to know that that does not mean that they can just tap into the various aspects of West African culture and the immense boatload of information that comes with that when you say West African drumming. Similar to linguistics, when you start talking about, oh, who's a linguist and who's not, who has a degree, you have to put in the work to even know enough to enter the conversation. I wouldn't dare challenge anyone on this panel on Netcher when it is because of the individuals on this panel that I even know the word Netcher. Stable Wujao is my teacher, taking this course twice. And all of these things take time to learn. And I just deal with this kind of issue every day in my field, where people are trying to fight for the same jobs to go into schools and teach culture because they have a degree. And it just doesn't work. I have the expertise because I put in the time every day to actually learn how to play this music from these people from this particular region of West Africa. And I just wanted to kind of say that because I feel like that's just being glossed over, that people just have to have a degree and you have to just go with the person that's with the degree. That is absolutely not true. People with PhDs in music theory, they cannot just always play this music because they're trained in a certain way. And that's pretty much just kind of what I wanted to point out.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that. That's just another testimony, and we have to remember that that a PhD, masters, and bachelors. The main thing that people gotta understand is that when you gotta understand that even in the so-called conscious community, at one point people were allowed to freely just say anything. So we went from there to where people start screaming, source up. Do you have a source for that? Do you have a source for that? And so that's a step in the right direction, where now people are required to show some kind of source. That way it protects you from people just pulling things out the sky. At least go find me where somebody else say it, 'cause that's basically what source up means. Source up is like, okay, I mean, how people are using it, it just means, all right, show me where somebody else agrees with you, in a nutshell. And so now we at that level where people are asking those questions like source up. But now people got to realize that even sourcing up does not speak to the accuracy of something. And so now people gotta go up even more notches and start to actually put in the work to be able to discern and demonstrate the correctness or the incorrectness of a claim or an argument. And that was my point earlier. And so whether you have a PhD or not, it's the skill and ability to do that which stands out. And that's what I was saying earlier, that if we don't understand it in that way, then what that means is by default, big bank is always going to take little bank, meaning that the person with the laundry list of credentials is always going to be quote unquote right. And that's not how knowledge is expanded, and that's not how knowledge is acquired. Okay, so we got to understand those things, and that's all. That was the whole point that I was making. And if we understand that, then we'll put these degrees in their proper perspective. They're very important to have, and everything like that. But we can't. We gotta use them, and allow them to be effective in the way that they should be effective in, and not just overdo it and stuff like that. People want to complain about Kemet being romanticized. People romanticizing degrees as well. They're undervaluing it and overvaluing it. Let's just let it be what it is. But like I said, I'm trying to move to the next topic. So anybody
I just have one quick thing to add. I don't know. Rasan has. What's he? Rasan done, or did Rasan have something to add?
Yeah, just 2 points. The first thing I want to say is that regarding how you responded, how the brother T'Challa responded to what I said, which I really didn't get out. You know, when it comes down to it, I'm just joining this film. I've watched it for a while, but I've just joined it. That may be so, but that doesn't mean that my point is not valid. And to use my
We can't hear.
newness to the situation, as an excuse, to avoid addressing a valid point that doesn't move the conversation forward. And we should, I think we need to chill on that kind of stuff. But anyway, the second point I want to make again was that because I just got this, I don't really know what Ujaru like you think I do. I don't, I'm not, a cheerleader of Ujaru. I do think the brother has
Oh, hey,
done his work.
Rasan, I'm sorry. Let me just interrupt you. One, you sound low, but let me just let you know that the brother's not on the panel anymore. That you, I don't want you, I don't want you to think that you talking to him.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, well, I can just talk to him. Just because what I was gonna say to him though was that just because I know, just because I agree with you on something doesn't mean that I'm, agree with you on everything.
Oh, right.
And so he was kind of taking that to a whole another level that really was a ruse to kind of get around the point that I was trying to make at the moment. All right, well, that's all I have to say.
All right. So
I'm gonna be real.
Okay.
I'm gonna be real quick. My first thing would be with Christopher Eric. Once again, whenever we look at these individuals, we gotta look at their school of thought and their training. So if we agree with Christopher Eric, we have to also look at what's his origin of Kemet and all those type of things as well. My second point, when I talked about Asar's book, Misviti, my take on it, the overall book was about paronymity, right? And so he uses linguistic to help prove these different paronymity. So when he said we're going to retire the book, I thought they were going to show me where his paronymities were wrong, not where people didn't agree with the linguistics, but where, because his paronymities, he uses linguistics, he uses different artifacts, he uses different mythology stories to all prove different paronymities. So once they said they were going to retire it, I thought they were going to show me different why his paronymities were wrong, not why the linguistics was not with the consensus.
I thought that too. Yeah, real quick, Saber, I do want to say this. This is an interview that Christopher Eric had with WHC, who co-edited. The co-editor's name is Tom Liakas. I put it in the chat earlier. I don't know if people picked up on it, but I'm going to go down to the question that he was asked by the WHC. It says, how did you get into linguistics? It says, that was another hobby of mine as a child. I saw that people had done with Indo-European and eventually encountered things people had done with American Indian studies using language to reconstruct things a long way back. The language evidence was appealing to me because it was mathematical, because languages change their phonology, their sound regularly, and you can set up a historical sequence of phonological changes. You can then ask some interesting questions. What words were in this language before the sound changed? When I got into my junior year, towards the beginning of the senior year, several universities were starting up African studies programs.
I thought, wow, let's see, can I get away with doing linguistic stuff with this Africa? I got into a program where they said, if you want to do this cross disciplinary interest, go ahead. That was Northwestern University. So it doesn't say that he has a degree. Um, it doesn't elaborate on anything. So I guess we have to look toward Northwestern to see if he has a degree in linguistics.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I mean, I thought maybe, I think the brother Kansu said he provided a link for it, or he was going to. I'm not sure if he did. Maybe
No,
I
we
missed
ain't
it in
get
the
it.
chat. Okay, but he said he was. All right, so
Yeah, I wanted to just say just one thing or maybe two, but yeah, just one thing because there's a this kind of bugged me a little bit, but just in case the viewers are watching, because one of the things that was being emphasized here was that you find you can if you don't have you haven't acquired the tools to discern what is what is right or wrong, and you are seeking information between scholar A or scholar B, and you want to figure out who's saying who is right or who is wrong, then as long as you can go with the credentials, and then in your presentation or in your quote, if you find somebody through your work that agrees with some of your claims or stands, then that is good enough. That is what is done in scholar in academia, and I do not agree with that. And I think one of the things that anybody that has done some work, whether it's self work or going to college, one of the things that will be emphasized is the first few papers that you write, you have to actually find if you have a claim that or a hypothesis, then you have to exercise first by finding scholars who both agree and disagree with your work. So I think that's a good exercise. So to kind of help people to be able to not just be the kind of person who has a conclusive who has a conclusion in their research work, and is just looking for which scholar, does this scholar agree with me, so I'm gonna slap it in here in this paper, and which other scholar agrees with me. I mean, that's not how it works in academia. You have to go fresh minded. You don't and then exercise with finding people who actually both agree and disagree with your work. I just wanted to say that, as because that just didn't sit well with me, that particular statement that I heard.
all right. So, my last comment on the Assar-Joshua and all that stuff, linguistic stuff, is I don't want people to mischaracterize what was said by Asar on his sit down with Joshua, or anything that Asar said in his book. When it comes to Joseph Greenberg and Christopher Ehret, both Joseph Greenberg and Christopher Ehret are linguists. They're seen as linguists. Here's the issue. What happens is that people will say Assar-Imhotep is not a linguist, and they rationalize it or qualify it by saying he's not a linguist because Asar, that is, he's not a linguist because he does not have a degree in linguistics.
Mm-hmm.
So Asar's response to that has always been consistently as, well, if that's your criteria to recognize somebody as a linguist, then guess what? Greenberg is not a linguist. Why? Because he does not have a degree in linguistics. But yet everybody's walking around with Greenberg's classification schema of the macrophylas of languages and so on and so forth. So that has been the point that Asar has been making. Asar actually cites Christopher Ehret as a linguist. So it's not that Asar is saying that Christopher Ehret is not a linguist. It's other people saying Asar is not one because he doesn't have a degree, and these guys don't have a degree either. Okay, that's the thing. So I want to make sure that is really clear. All right. And this is the point that I'm making with anything. You are gonna have to stop microwaving things. When the words like peripheral criticism and stuff like that, that's not gonna be good enough moving forward. Because your periphery critiques and stuff like that is not good enough, because you're going to be tiptoeing along the borders of appealing to authority and appealing to consensus or popularity, ad populum and things like that. Okay, that's what we want to stay away from. But anyway, yeah.
Hey, Ruja, real fast. I think we like vaccines. We're a victim of our own success because we push the college level information so much, and the universities and the science so much, and getting degrees. We got people on the team that actually has degrees. We made black people not ashamed, you know what I'm saying, to have degrees. Like, it's okay to have a degree. It's okay to be square. It's okay to be literate. We push what our ancestors pushed, right? So we like a victim of our own success. Now, all of a sudden, you gotta have a degree. Nope, what I learned was your information has to be right. And you don't have to have a degree. So I named, people like Charles Darwin. He didn't have a degree in what the hell he was talking about. You know what I'm saying? I named Malcolm X. I named key people, black and white, to show you that at the end of the day, and I think, am I saying this right? The Shashu Mani, I mess it up. Say it anyway. Shashu Mani Netcher, right? Y'all absolutely proved that you could sit down, and I said, I put some money on it, that Wuja and this group can sit down with any damn Egyptologist, yo, and get it all the way in. They'll have a degree in Egyptology, right? You'll have the team over there, yo, and I bet you, I'm gonna put my money on y'all. I'll cut it right there, bro.
All right, yeah, that's good. So let's move to the next topic, because now that Unc is on the panel, let me just reiterate and set it up, and then open it up. So I'm gonna post the link again in the chat, right? So people could come on in here if you want to come on the panel, and we just gonna kick it, right? It's 10:30. It's 10 o'clock. We just gonna keep kicking it until everybody falls out. But I just want to talk about these things. So let me just set this topic up. So again, recently, within the last 2 months total, I would say, but it got more intense lately. But I'm just gonna name some names. We got Unc, Garfield, Jabari, Baba Heru, Reggie, and Sanjetti. Sanjetti is more recently included in that list, and also a debate between Jabari and Garfield. Okay, so all the conversations centered around that, and it's just like a ocean of conversations, good, bad, or indifferent. I'm just putting people where we're at. So I want to kind of talk about what people have been witnessing with these conversations. What is the problem seems to be? Can we identify what the problem is? Is there a problem? And if so, can we identify it? And how can things be better, better organized and whatnot, all that kind of stuff. So I'm just setting it up, and I'm gonna open the mic up, and whoever want to go in first, go ahead.
Since I'm at the center of the controversy, let me just say this real quick, right? Because I was also going to do a little something, but I'm appreciating being around very, very intelligent people. My point was based off of what I hear specifically in this particular group, character. And Wujai says so much character, right? And when I met members in the group, I seen high level character people. Even when I started off a little rocky with a couple of the members, you know what I'm saying? They show high character, and working me in. When, we went into the Dr. Ben thing, foothills and mountain moon, they're like, no, that ain't, yes it is. But they showed high character. And so at this point, at 52, right, I'm used to people who claiming to like speak Netcher, learn the language of Netcher, or practitioners, right? So they call it, to be high character people, because that's all I've seen around me. right? So when, and I'm not gonna get into it to get y'all platform all crazy, but when I seen certain people claiming to be a particular practitioner, but the character was a bunch of crap, I personally took offense to it because I felt like, wait a minute, I'm around a group of guys, high character, like on the squad, it's a high character spot right there. You know what I'm saying? Mossy Clan Warriors, high character spot right there. All the families, high character. Like we're not lying to each other. If you don't agree, I don't agree. I think you're doing too much. People won't hide from that. They'll say it. No lying to each other. But when I found certain individuals, character like on zero, I took offense to it. And that's where my antennas went up. And then I started to look at it and start to investigate it, right? And now all of a sudden, when I throw a little something out there, just a little spark, all of a sudden, it's a fight for like, well, don't say anything about what we're talking about because you're messing with me. And I was like, wow. Wu-Jai tell me all the time, Unc, I don't agree to that. I don't say, Wu-Jai, you're messing with me. You're picking with me. You don't say that. I respect the critique of my peers. But there are individuals like Jabari, because I don't do no hiding of names, right? And hopefully, that thing is under the mat. We settle, so I ain't gonna throw no shots. But I just felt like the level of character based off of events that had transpired wasn't where it needed to be for me to always keep my cool around you. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Mayat, a sister, right? We protect the sisters here. We respect intelligent sisters. We have some of the most intelligent sisters on the daggone block. And we got one right here. Right now on this panel, she right here. How you doing, sis? How you feeling?
Peace, Unc.
Yeah, see? So I'm not gonna let nobody say that she attacked anybody because that's not what she do. So Dr. Miat hasn't attacked anybody. That's not what she do. So for the whole world to hear this, the reason I've been on their damn head so hard, right, is because they're claiming Dr. Mayat, you know what I'm saying, did such and such. She never attacked Jabari. She simply said that Jesus Christ is not an African. What in the world? Like, she can't say that without attacking? Really? And so all of a sudden, Unc, really, you've been throwing shots at Jabari for years. I don't even know Jabari. Don't know Jabari at all. Me and Wu-Jai, we argued for 20 hours straight, 2 days in a row. And nobody thought we was attacking each other. Maybe the crowd did, me and him didn't. He called me up at the 20th hour, around 10 o'clock at night, and he told me a few things. I was like, damn, you got me with that. I had no choice but to concede certain points. That on that second day, we realized, hey, wait a minute. No one's saying that everybody believed this, and no one's saying that the priest or whoever, you know what I'm saying, the people that wrote it had to believe that. We came to a consensus, but we never thought we was attacking each other. So my antennas went up. My antennas made me start to kind of believe that maybe we're hiding something here. That's all. That was my whole thing. I'm cracking jokes, Egyptian mania. I'm just joking, having fun, stirring the pot. Wu-Jai and them will come in and kind of level it out. Unc, you're doing too much too long. And I will concede. So it's never been about attacking shrines. I know what a shrine is, right? From a traditional African standpoint of view, a shrine has certain spirits attached to it. So if you're not having certain spirits attached to it, then do you really have a shrine? So I could go on and on with that, but I ain't gonna do it. But I'm letting y'all know right now the reason I went so hard, because I felt like a sister on the Amara squad, you know what I'm saying, was made to look like as if she was attacking somebody. She's a daggone doctor. She teaches black babies, right, in college to become what she has become, an engineer. Like, for me, man, I value that. I value the intelligent sisters. I value our sister Naya and her damn degree. I value her. And as long as it's on my watch, all the families with women on it, man, I'm on your head with that. We're just not gonna do that. I'm not gonna let you with the little piousness act like you're not still saying that. So that was my real beef with the whole Egyptian thing. That was my real true beef. And besides a few other pointers that I don't believe that West Africa, that the Egyptians had an Egyptian colony in West Africa and all that. But that's up from discussion. But yeah, as for all the families is formed, no, man, we got to give a little more. We got to put some respect on their name, just like that. Got to, because it ain't making no sense at this point. So that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about character, high values, and stop saying somebody did something they didn't do, and I'll shut up.
All right, so now this is interesting. Because I wanted to talk about that, right? But Asar popped on the panel, fashionably late. Nah, let me stop.
Fashionably late.
Nah, but because our first topic of discussion for the whole 2 hours was Asar and Joshua.
I was at work. I couldn't join in, so I caught the tail end. Well, I don't know what the exact tail end, but I caught some of the conversation. Well, at least the part where he was trying to equate deduce and autodidact.
Yeah,
that's kind of where I came in, but then I had to go. So yeah, I'm late.
Okay, well, nah, okay, so do this for us then, because we done spent 2 hours talking about that already. But since you're on the panel now, could you give us the audience a summary of what your point, what should the audience take away from your sit down with Joshua, at least that first 30 minutes that y'all went through? Like what would be your takeaway points for the audience to deal with? If you could summarize that, then
I mean it's so much. One being, don't let people gas you up for something that you ain't prepared for. Two, and I think I heard this part of your conversation as well, and I want to reiterate it. It's I don't know what the heck Kansu was trying to say in terms of one writing a book for an audience that don't understand. That's why we write the book, so they can understand to some level, but understanding, and that's why we give them source material so they can learn more. But it's one thing if you don't understand and you want to know more and you're seeking alternative viewpoints on a particular subject. It's a totally different thing when you come out in the open, take a position, and then try to argue against someone on the subject for which you have no background in. So you heard him in the video say that he doesn't know anything about linguistics. He's not a linguist, any of that nature. But he sits here and makes an over 2 hour video about linguistics. And the thing is, he's not even really trying to argue against me. Because if he pays attention to my work, I don't do linguistic reconstructions. That's not my concern. Just like how Joseph Greenberg uses linguistics as a tool in anthropology, and Christopher Ehret uses linguistics as a tool for history, I use linguistics as a tool for history and comparative religion and African cultures. It's a tool in my toolbox to help us understand the psychology of African people. And so to sit here and try to have an argument with me about language families and things of this nature, and then try to attach it to my work.
Can y'all still hear me? Gotta make sure I'm still.
Yes, we lost Assar.
Yeah, I think we lost Assar. Yeah, so we just gonna keep it moving and maybe come back. And we lost Asar and
The way is. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. If you were still talking, you cut out. You completely went out. So the last thing we heard was for someone to sit there and compare your work or something. Because you died out for a good like 15 seconds.
Dang, and I done forgot what had done said. But yeah, all I was saying is that when you can't put yourself out there and try to argue publicly and put a value judgment on a work, and you didn't even take the time to study the field. And so, you have beginners, people who are interested in the field, and they're really not interested in the field, especially when it comes to Team Osiris. It's just personal vendettas. None of them are interested in linguistics, because if they were, they would have on their own, independent of Asar Imhotep and the Amun-Ra squad, been studying linguistics. But they didn't. What they tried to do is, because they have such a hatred for us, is just try to find something that we are about, and then try to find information that they believe is counter to the points that we try to make. So they're not even genuine in their scholarship. They don't even understand how to use what you would use linguistics for. And this shows in his, and I'm talking about Joshua Kane's initial video. So you see all throughout the video, all I was doing was pointing out that he could not comprehend what he was reading, and he was skipping over stuff. And that's what you do when you're just, browsing through a work, trying to find something to argue against.
Well, the language that was mentioned to us tonight was a periphery researcher, and I think that based on what you just said, it's kind of fitting, because it's the periphery. And I was stressing that people are going to have to come more than that if they're going to take a stance and argue a point. You're going to have to actually learn to do the work in order to discern. And I gave scenarios and things like that. We talked for like 2 hours, but that's what it boils down to. And I'm just saying what I'm saying now, because I think that even with the language and what we heard tonight, it agrees with what you're saying right now. Yeah, periphery research.
Yeah. But it's Shekhar Diop uses the language of flirting, and he warns against flirting with the particular fields, and basically to add what to continue the analogy, basically we need to be in a committed monogamous relationship and marry the field if we're going to be serious and add and expand on this history here. And what you have is people who have a vendetta, and when your heart isn't right, you're never going to come to the truth. And that's why I always say, to be a good scholar, you have to have good and great character. Without good character, you can't do scholarship, because good character requires you to be honest with yourself and honest with your audience in terms of, first and foremost, your limitations, and secondly, your objectives. And when you have bad intentions, you do sloppy research.
Yeah, and that's what.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, that's in our discussion, the way that we framed the discussion was, we just try to describe the conversation, to sit down. One, it wasn't a debate, and then two, you were going point for point the way that the way that it was executed was beneficial because you played verbatim a clip and then you addressed it and then you allowed the brother to respond. So that seemed to be the fairest way that you can do something like that, despite being accused of not being a neutral platform and all that stuff that came with that. And then we talked about what your point takeaway was, and then we discussed what his takeaway was. And you know your own, so I'm not gonna skip that. But what we were saying about his points was that, like, the audience takeaway from his points is that you're not a credible linguist, and therefore, because you're not a credible linguist, then your work is wrong, and so on and so forth. And then it was just a matter of trying to point out some things in your book that will support the belief that you're not a credible linguist, but yet there was no demonstration ever done to actually show that. And so that's what we were saying in a nutshell.
Yeah, people try to throw that around all the time. And see, this is how you know that these folks aren't educated. They don't understand how this thing works. And so let's go to the level of the PhD, right? All a master's and a PhD, well, you want to get the PhD because it allows you to teach at a university and get tenure. You're able to work towards tenure. It opens some doors, for research grants and all this other kind of stuff. There's many benefits to having a PhD in a particular subject, but ultimately, it's not the degree. The degree means nothing to everyone who has the degree. All you've done is proven that you can follow directions in many respects. But what it also does is it helps you to develop a skill set in researching and being able to produce knowledge. And so that's what people don't understand. When you get the PhD, you don't somehow are bestowed with this stamp that you have all knowledge in the field of whatever subject it is you're studying. All it demonstrates is that you are able to produce knowledge in a particular narrow subject. So now you can be the authority on something because you literally authored new knowledge on a particular subject. So that's what a PhD bestows upon you, that you are an authority on that subject. Now, outside of that subject, what people don't understand is that once you get the PhD and you want to expand your research, you are now an autodidact. Every PhD holder, every master's degree holder is an autodidact. Matter of fact, you're just the master's degree and the PhD proves to everybody that you can self-study. And that, left to your own devices, you will continue to advance the field. But everything after that is self-study. Once you get a PhD, there's nobody on your back telling you to turn in this assignment and do this and this. You have to go on your own and teach yourself beyond the narrow subject in which you wrote your dissertation in. And so this notion that somehow an autodidact is lesser than shows that these people have not gone through a rigorous education process. They don't know what it's for and what they do with it. And this is why we have these particular conflicts. They don't understand. That's why it's surprising to them when you come to find out that a Christopher Ehret and that a Joseph Greenberg don't have degrees in linguistics, that they're self-taught, they're autodidacts.
Well, wait a minute. Tonight, a revelation was given that Christopher Ehret does have a degree in linguistics. By Kansu told us that we asked for link or info, but I don't. Either I missed it or it wasn't provided.
Well, let's see if we can find Christopher Ehret's curriculum vitae.
CV.
Yeah.
Well, we went through Joseph Greenberg, and I hope that people understand that, because if you were to compare Greenberg's self-informing document where he tells the world, how he became what he's known as today as a anthropologic, what is it? I forgot what his title is today. I don't want to be wrong. Anthropologic linguist. Anyway, he gives his story, and his story, he tells you all throughout his story that he didn't get any formal degree in linguistics, and that he did a dissertation on the relation between Islam and, I believe, I don't want to misquote anything about him. Let me pull it up real quick. But while I'm pulling it up, and
I have what's his name's curriculum vitae. He doesn't. He lists his BA and where he went, but he doesn't list it, with the exception of his certificate in African Studies from Northwestern University. But he's all from his BA, MA, and PhD. They're all in history, which is why he teaches in the Department of History. He doesn't teach in the Department of Linguistics.
Yeah, well, that should be known, because tonight the audience heard otherwise without any supporting information. So that was something that we didn't get a chance to get back to. But yeah, so I don't know. Is anybody else? Because I put the link in there because a lot of people got something to say in the chat. I wanted to put this down. What's the?
I saw something earlier. I have to scroll up. It was a person said something about crap. Dang it. I think it's the Valley Trias cat. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I put the link. I was hoping they'd come on the panel, but yeah.
He said something about that I came up with Negro Egyptian, and this is
genetic fallacy. Genetic fallacy. Yeah, he accused you of committing a genetic fallacy with Negro Egyptian and things like that.
I'm like, see, this is what I mean by people not paying attention and don't have my work. Should know that I renamed Negro Egyptian to mdw-ntr so that it doesn't violate. One, I didn't come up with the name. Theophilo Benga came up with the name. And two, so that it doesn't, that it stays within the realms of science, I renamed the family to mdw-ntr. Matter of fact, my book, the one that just came out in January, is Aluja, Volume 2, mdw-ntr, Religion and Philosophy. And so, this is a prime example of people speaking out of order and don't know the subject, don't know the conversation, as they would say, as the sisters would say back in the day, all in my Kool-Aid and don't know the flavor. They need to bring that back.
I have a question. Can I ask my question real quick?
Go ahead.
All right. So, do you buy the fact that this whole retire your book being a simple critique, something similar to a cooking critique?
Don't understand what you're saying.
All right. So, this was the excuse that was given. This was just a simple critique, just like a book review, right? Like people read books. But what confused me is that if it was a critique, why would you shape it that way? Then of course you heard that part. But someone said something very interesting to me, which I find was bogus. is that they were trying to compare this critique to a cooking critique, and you know, and then frame it the way that they actually framed it. And if that was the case, why were they using these different sources to kind of try, you know, to go against some things that you were saying based on the claims he made in the first 30 minutes of the video?
Yeah, I mean, was that directly from someone on Team Osiris?
Yes.
See, what I've come to do learn over the years is that you can't try to make sense of what people say from Team Osiris. Your brain will hurt. You know, you will. It's just like when he was trying to, you know, skate around the deductive and what was the other word?
Autodidact.
Autodidact. You know, conversation. You know, he was like, I'm listening to him, and he's just making up all kinds of words and using them wrong. Not making up. He's using jargon, but he's using it wrong. You know, in the sentences and things of this nature to make it seem like he's saying something profound and deep. And a lot of them do that. And I don't know, it's just, you know, birds of a feather flock together. So I'm not surprised anyone on that team would make such an analogy, which to me at this moment, you know, and you could just be not explaining it correctly. You know, but it just doesn't make sense to me. It's not a cooking critique because you actually have to taste it, you know. But this is a critique of an academic work, and you know, you are to know something about it. You should be able to demonstrate, and that's one of the things that he just couldn't get. He couldn't grasp when I brought this to him. I'm like, all you can do is try to find somebody that appears to agree with you, but you have no way to demonstrate or prove that they are right and I'm wrong. And that's what it all boils down to. It's not, if you are a layperson, you know, you can just get away with, you know, who convinced you more, right? Based on the conversation. But if you are going to critique an academic work, what you're trying to show the public is that you are in fact an academic and that you have the background enough to critique the work. You're positioning yourself as such. And I was and one of my aims was to demonstrate that he's not on that level to be able to provide a critique. He doesn't know the basics. And this is very problematic for people listening to him. And you know, and it's funny that people were all on my page talking about, you know, debate Joshua Kane, and then when we have a conversation, ain't nobody on my page talking like that no more. And people wonder why, you know, because I wasn't going to address them, because you will, you know, it has to be somebody worthy. You know, you have to, you know, have a rich conversation, and it just wasn't that. Because, you know, he couldn't even admit that he didn't even read material that was in the text, that he didn't do his due diligence. And I can skip to any part of that video and it would be a repeat of what was discussed in the first 30 minutes. That's why I gave the bonus at the end of the video, just, you know, just skipping, just showing that we can do this all day. It's you know, it's not going to get better. He's not going to get me at, you know, 1 hour and 54 minutes in the video.
So here's a question that everybody wanted to know earlier. Are you all going to go through the next 30 minutes of the video?
Oh yes, I plan on going through the whole thing.
Okay.
You know,
so
it's
y'all
just
heard it.
I just gotta find time, you know, because it takes a lot to critique his critique. and to provide, you know, and make slides and things to counter the nonsense. This is why I only dealt with the first 30 minutes, because if we were to, so think about it, 30 minutes, and it was a over a 3-hour show.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? It going, you know, I'm pretty sure it'd be different if it was just me, but I want him there so that he cannot make the argument that I'm misconstruing his words, that he didn't say that, and that he has the opportunity to respond to my response in real time.
Right.
You know, so that was the aim. So that's why I only dealt with the first 30 minutes. And you saw kind of at a point, like he was trying to, you know, get it over with. Like, are we done yet?
Yeah. But now, I want you to reiterate, because we went over this earlier, but a person asked in the chat just now, based on what you were just saying, what makes a person worthy? Now we discussed it earlier. I even showed an example on the screen, but if you could just sum up what you mean by worthy.
Well, it's kind of hard for me to put into words. It's just, you can tell by the language someone uses, their temperament, their type of response to certain things, that they know what they're talking about, that they have a grasp of the subject. And it is clear when I first listened to this video in 2017, my first, because, you know, you got to remember that Joshua is not, I think that was his really kind of his coming out for Team Osiris. So me and Joshua don't have a history. You know, me and him have never had a conversation about anything. So, you know, so my introduction into Joshua Kane is based on that video. So when I listen to the video, it is clear that he has no idea what he's talking about. And I'm trying to say, it's just, you know, I don't know like what everyone is into that is listening to the to this program right now, but I can recall, for example, for those who are members of the Sesh ni Netcher group and belong to the group on Facebook. So, you know, we can recall a time when Ned or Neb and I and Boli were, and Brother Rujawu was having a conversation debate about some linguistic issues.
And the sister
right?
Beverly, I think Beverly was too.
Yes. So the sister Beverly comes on and enters the chat. I've never met her, never heard of her in my life, never had a correspondences with her. But I could tell from the jump by the way in which she responded to Ned or Ned that she knew exactly what she was talking about, that she had a good grasp of the field.
Yeah, I think she was a teacher. I'm not sure if she was a teacher of linguistics, but she was a teacher, because I remember she said students.
Yeah, her students
or something. Right.
Yeah. So, you know, I know that doesn't help everyone else, but, you know, at least for those who were around at that time, you can just tell. It's just like, you know, a baller, like if you ever play basketball, like a pickup game with somebody, right? You can just tell by the way that they ball, the way that they move, that they've been doing this for a while. They're serious about their game, you know. And so it's the way that you carry yourself. It's how you, because, you know, people who know a subject and deal with a subject, they speak a certain way. They use a type of jargon that's within the field correctly, not like, you know, our good brother was all over the place, you know, using words. It's just something that you can tell if you've been in the field long enough. And so it's just, he's worthy if he has a good grasp of the field, and that his critiques were well-rounded and solid critiques.
Right.
And that just wasn't the case when it came to Joshua Kane. And they've made several videos. And so I'm not going to address all the videos. I just wanted to do this so you will understand that no matter what video they put up, it's going to be the same level of dribble, you know, for how many hours that they have done the video.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, like I said,
Um,
we if anybody else has something to say about that,
y-
because we definitely
yeah, and I just have a question for Asar, and this is pretty much just for the archives, really, because I mean, from the interaction today with Konsu, from what he said on the chat and also on the panel, because he said on the chat something about the demonstration is supposed to be coming later, and then on the panel he did talk about you know, possibly a debate. So my take was that this could have been like a dress rehearsal, something in that sense, or kind of trying to poke at you, like people poke on Facebook
Mm-hmm.
to get a debate. So just for the record, is there a
I've
foreseeable
already
debate?
no, it's not, and it's clear, you know, that
All right.
it's going to be a waste of time, and we've told them before because they kept getting certain of their information from Dr. Cambone, so we like tell Dr. Cambone to come out. I'll deal with him directly.
right, and that's what people don't understand. So even right now, like Valley Triz right now is still mentioning, you know, can Assar challenge the consensus and the consensus thing, like the big stage, big stage. So here we have the point, and this is something I mentioned about a separate topic, but it's really at this point it's really about bringing forth the teachers and stop allowing the teachers to hide behind other people putting batteries in their back. And so that's the point. So Dr. Cambone is a degreed linguist, and to my understanding, he actually has a degree in linguistics. So if that's the case, and people want to see this big stage stuff, then these people with those degrees need to come from behind the scenes, behind the curtain, and come out. Stop being the wizard in the Wizard of Oz, and come out from behind the curtain and step up to the plate. That's what has to happen, you know. And I say the same thing about the different points of the language, you know, outside of comparative linguistics as well, you know. And that's what we have to have. So when people don't realize what they're asking for, we've been saying all along, and it's just not happening. So it makes it appear that it's not happening because people who are not qualified keep stepping up into the plate, creating noise. And then we got to take time out to address this and things. And then if you do it late, they think that 3 years, like, oh, you must be up to something. Like, oh, it took you 3 years to address the video. Like, no, just didn't take it serious.
Yeah, it just wasn't that. And see what people don't understand is that, dang it, there's levels to this, you know, and you notice that when he was trying to respond, he was responding with introductory books on linguistics, the stuff that you would get as a first year student. See, what people don't generally understand is that when you first get to college and you're getting your undergraduate degree in any given subject, the textbooks that are written and that are assigned for reading gives the appearance that there is a consensus on certain things, and that certain information is more solid than what it is. It's only when you get into those graduate courses that you come to find out that some of those ideas that you thought were solid from high school going into your freshman year of college is not it. And that is really like something may be true in a very narrow context, or this is actually being debated amongst scholars. So I'm having conversations about language categorization, and I'm in the arena with the people who are debating that subject. They're not in those conversations. They're not dealing with people with on graduate level work, which is why they can only reference the introductory books. And there is a video clip of, what is this? Is not Skip Gates. It's what's his name? It's Gates, James Gates. I've played it before, where he talks about, what we taught you, in undergrad, and he's a physicist. We lied to you, but we lied to you because we not that it's so complex that we had to simplify it in a way that it is digestible for you. But once you get on my level, you come to see that it is not so much the way that it is. And I want to find it and share it with y'all tonight. So y'all can keep talking. I'm gonna find it.
All right, so now we wanted to have three topics to talk about, but we done extended these two. We really didn't get too far into the Chromatic Shrine Wars, and I think Unc came off the panel as well. But let me just say this to Valley Triz, or no, I saw something that the sister CK said that let's see, CK said I can't be the only one that feels a little bit of arrogance when someone tells me I can't disagree with them just because I don't know as much as they do. And so here's the difference. And see, this is what I don't think people really sinking into people's heads. So I always try to give like examples, and they might not match up perfectly, but these are off the cuff examples. Like if you take somebody like let's take the sport of boxing, a champion boxer who has proven himself, been tried and proven in the ring time and time again. Let's take Floyd Mayweather, for example. Floyd Mayweather is not going to box somebody just because they're in the audience and shout derogatory words at them and say, I'm trying to be next, Floyd. I'm trying to be next, or whatever the case is. He's not going to see that person as a worthy opponent to get into the ring with them. And he won't even waste his time with them. Now, somebody can interpret that, oh, Floyd is being arrogant. He think he all that. He think he all that. And that's easy to say that, but that's really not the case. It's a matter of not wasting time. Like if a person has not even demonstrated that they have the competency or the proficiency in a said subject, you're not going to waste your time to get in an adversarial environment to go toe to toe. You rather be in a cooperative environment, such as a teacher-student situation, not a warrior against a warrior situation. So that's the difference. It's not about arrogance. It's about making the best move. I'm not going to debate somebody who is not. I'm not going to debate somebody about the Egyptian language who can't even tell me the differences between a nonverbal sentence and verbal sentences and so on and so forth. What I would rather do, now I wouldn't turn that person back. What I would rather do is tell that person, listen, I'm not going to debate you, but I'll teach you. I'll sit down with you and show you X, Y, and Z. I'm not going to debate you. And so that's the difference. And but some people don't do that. They don't even want to do that. They feel that is a belittling position, and they keep their posture, and they want to continue to debate. And this is why I've said many times, people try to challenge me, And I'm like, look, you're not qualified. I say, bring your teachers if you want to see a debate. But as far as you concerned, I will teach you. And then people, may take that as a belittling thing, but it's not. It's really not. It's really not. So whether the boxing example fits perfectly or not, the point is that when you debate, the objective of debating is just what the word originally means in its whole history. It means to bang or to hammer out an issue, to expose its guts so that you can find truth. And so if you're debating two opposing or different conclusions or what have you, explanations, both sides have to be qualified to be able to demonstrate what those things are. And if one side can't, the other one can, then it's lopsided. It's not worth a debate in the first place. So scholars don't do it. They just don't do it. Nowhere in scholarship will you see a debate between two people where one of the two people are clueless about the subject matter. It just doesn't happen. So, and that's not arrogance. That's not arrogance for people to say that or feel that way. That it's just not. And that's just what it is. Because I can have 10 PhDs in astrophysics, and a college freshman can challenge me on the things that I've advanced in my dissertations and works that I've put forward, knowledge that I've put forward. They can challenge me on that. But in order for them to debate me, they would have to show some kind of work. You see? And that's the difference. But we're dealing with people who don't show work or any of that and are not qualified and don't do that kind of work. So why would I entertain that as a 10-time degree holding astrophysicist when, if that's the case, I'll be addressing the whole a laundries of people, and that's a waste of time. So I just want to separate this accusation of arrogance from what it really is. Now, people can be arrogant, of course, but that's not the situation. So we shouldn't default and think that it's arrogant just to refuse a debate based on someone's lack of competency or proficiency. And I think Asar, so hold up 1 second. If you're sharing your screen, let me get a chance to kind of square it up on my screen.
Okay.
Before. Oh yeah, you made it real big. All right, give me a second here because I gotta adjust something so everybody can see it on the live side. Just give me a second. What are we doing? All right. 1 second here. We're gonna make it where everybody can see it. And you got some at the bottom too. Okay, so bam.
Yeah,
all
that's
right. Okay, so everybody can see it now. That's the whole screen.
There's a video, a lecture by a theoretical physicist at MIT by the name of Dr. Sylvester James. Sometimes you'll see it as Jim Gates Jr. And the title of his lecture was Susi and the Lords of the Ring. And Susi stands for supersymmetry. And there's a point in the video where it may be 59 minutes, 6 seconds. I should have put the timestamp on here. But this is the video at the bottom, the link for it. I transcribed his conversation, and so I put this in a lecture that I was doing on African secret societies and how they, like this would be good for your discussions concerning the different levels of teaching and understanding in ancient Egyptian, in terms of the symbolic and all the other kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I think this would fit into that. But so I'll just read what he says, what he said in the lecture. He said, "This is what we call vertex normalization in quantum theory. And what it basically says is that the charge that an electron couples to a photon with actually d with excuse me, I'm reading this wrong. And what it basically says is that the charge that an electron couples to a photon with actually depends on things such as the speed and the spin, the location, much more complicated than the equation we taught our students in high school. And I bolded this. You see, he said, you see, we constantly lie when we teach science, but we lie in the service of truth. We tell people the part of the truth that is appropriate for what they have as a background. It would make no sense for me to walk into a high school classroom and try to teach my students relativistic quantum field theory. So I say instead, Coulomb's law is the end of the story, even though I know that is not the complete accurate story, but it's good enough for that audience. So when you talk to a scientist, you need to be very careful if you're not a scientist, because you need to know what the scientist is assuming about you, about what you know, because that influences what we tell you.
Yeah, that's a good point, and that's actually, like you said, it echoes in African communities, the traditions and how they structure their curriculum.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same exact thing, because I read that piece from Credo Mutua, and the Dogon. I at least use those two to convey that point. But this is another one, and this is in science.
This is in modern. This is a theoretical physics telling you. So what I'm saying is that is across the board. So when you're trying to debate me with stuff that you learn from your introductory book, you should know that it's this conversation. I have this conversation in mind. Like we know what they say in the introductory books, but you don't know the deep arguments and things that are going on the higher level. The basics is what's good enough for your understanding at that level.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't try to get into all that deep theoretical stuff.
Right.
I'm like, in linguistics we use predicate calculus. If I try to have a deep discussion of linguistics using predicate calculus, I'm definitely going to lose everyone.
What's interesting is that see if anybody has been following you on these issues, to be about to unshare. All right, that's cool. If anybody's been following you on these issues, they will see that you did two things, fairly recently. One is a sit down with Joshua Kane, who challenged you, and you also sat down with Medew, who challenged you. And the difference between what you recently did with Joshua Kane and Medew sit down is, with Medew sit down, you actually took time out to teach something that's a little deeper than the surface stuff. You actually showed how linguistics or comparative linguistics can be perfectly overlaid with mathematical logic, logic tables and truth tables and things like that. And so that's an example of you going a little deeper, but it got kind of just pushed right back in your face.
Mm-hmm.
To the point where they was like, oh, the math, it was cute and this, that, without even realizing. Like, in other words, what you demonstrated then confirms what Gates Jr. just now said. Like, why they do that. You know what I'm saying? So I think people need to really, really understand that. And I hope people in the audience right now get it. So, because I don't want to because I don't want people, I've seen people mischaracterize that as arrogance, and it's just not. It's not about arrogance. It's just the way to, it's like a way to go. It's more, it's not even a matter of confidence, because confidence can lead to arrogance, but it's not a confident or arrogant thing. It's just what you know. Yeah.
And people, feel some kind of way because you respond in a certain way after they have the audacity to, because with like Team Osiris, it's not just a critique. They throw personal shots and things of that nature in it, and then try to demean your character alongside with it. So when you throw that flavor back at him, then he's arrogant. He's like they charged me with not being like I didn't want to talk to people from the hood, and I'm like, you an idiot. I live in West Philly, and I don't know if anybody listening now has been to West Philly, but that is the hood of hoods. And it's just like, it's just they'll try anything, they'll say anything, to try to demean you, and that's why I don't have time for them. And so every single time you give them a chance to step up and present solid information, it's always a letdown.
Yeah, yeah, and that was another thing that I asked about, because Sean had brought up the title of Joshua Kane's video, the retiring of Asar's Nisudbidi, or something to that effect, and then Kunsu was saying that he was trying to explain why Joshua chose that word retiring, because that was like him and Sean was going back and forth. So I stepped in and said, that he's speaking for Joshua, but when I asked him questions earlier, he didn't answer him. But in me doing that, I was just kind of making light of it. But in doing that, then he switched up and said that, well, Joshua didn't come up with a thing. And so when I pointed out that he said that Joshua did, he was actually explaining why Joshua used the word retired. And then when I asked, then all of a sudden it changed that he didn't even come up with that title, and there was a defensive dialogue going on right there. But I just want to read something real quick. This is coming from Christopher Arrett being interviewed. And I'm hearing echoes or something. So Christopher Arrett was interviewed by the World History Connected, WHC. And so they asked him a question. I don't know the date on this. I'll find a date after. But they asked him a question. How did you get into linguistics? We read this earlier. And Christopher Arrett says his answer was, that was another hobby of mine as a child. I saw what people had done with Indo-European and eventually encountered things people had done with the American Indian studies, using language to reconstruct things a long way back. The language evidence was appealing to me because it was mathematical. So I'm going to repeat that part. The language evidence was appealing to me because it was mathematical. So here we have a recognized and default go-to linguist, Christopher Arrett, telling people that language or linguistic evidence was appealing to him. Why? Because it was mathematical. But then when Assar-Imhotep not only says it, but demonstrates it, all of a sudden it's irrelevant. It's just cute. That don't have nothing to do with linguistics and stuff like that. You see what I'm saying? That's, to me, that's crazy. And people want to know why, you have to be qualified to have these discussions. Like why we feel that, okay, you got to be qualified to even have these discussions.
Yeah.
But all right,
I mean,
so go ahead.
No, I don't have nothing really to say. I'm just saying it's typical. It's what else more can we say? It's just people have a personal vendetta, because we challenge certain ideas, of their leaders, and that's really was you challenge Ngozi, and then people feel that they have to defend their teacher, so they'll come and attack you, because you have the audacity to attack a position that their teacher holds, because people are taking this information personally, and this is part of their identity. And as many years as we've been debating this, we finally got Ngozi to clearly state that there's no connection to of biology to language. And so he clearly says it and then still tries to argue for it right after he just admitted that there's no connection.
Oh, that was during the after discussion. Yeah. And that's and I wanted to just make sure that that didn't go over people's heads, because I was on that conversation also. And
yeah, that was the nature of the first debates or arguments that Team Osiris and I were having, is because Ngozi would constantly try to argue and belittle the evidence of the connections between ancient Egyptian and Bantu, and he would try to make these arguments that that's impossible because E1B13 and ZXYZ, and this and this. I'm like, dude, there's no connection between haplogroups and languages. You cannot use one to find and detect the other. And so then he tries to question my knowledge of linguistics and all this other kind of stuff, and then all they do is go to like Christopher Ehret and Shermarka Keita without really reading the articles to see what they're actually saying on this subject. But it's just like with Brother Reggie the other day, trying to argue that he didn't even word it right. He was trying to make the argument that linguistics is hypothetical, which when he was really trying to say proto-reconstructions are hypothetical. And
right.
then I corrected him, and this is something that is clear. This is a good consensus example that is wrong, and that is really the consensus is really just people repeating what somebody who is famous said, without really analyzing what they say, because they don't have a background in science. And so when they say it's hypothetical, it can't be hypothetical if it is the result of experiments. And and Brother Reggie challenged me to bring a source. Like, I'm not sourced up on anything that I say, and provided that source from it that has that discussion, and that conversation ended. But there's consensus, and I said even Mboli in his 2010 publication makes the argument that proto-reconstructions are hypothetical. And I'm like, no, they're not hypothetical. They are theories. They're a summation, they're a connection of the data, that the real raw data that you have provided and through your experimentation.
Well, when he said that, I went to what everybody had access to, which was Wikipedia, and it even said theory. It didn't use the word hypothetical. So I was shocked that even after I read that he pressed the issue further. But I want to kind of wrap this up. We got 5 minutes, right? So Decipher X1 in the chat, I think he's late to the conversation, he or she. They make a comment, but I want to clear this up, because I don't want anybody to give the false comparisons. They're saying that the Amarat Squad hates Dr. Clyde Winter's work because he critiques Mboli's work. Ain't that the pot calling the kettle black? And the answer is no. It's nowhere near that at all. Let me just inform the audience about Dr. Winters and Mboli. Dr. Clyde Winters is used to post, or still, I don't know if he still does, but post on a platform forum called Egypt Search, and I think it's morphed into something else now. But back then, he made a critique of Mboli's work without ever reading it, and he admitted to not reading it back then, and in a more recent conversation, a relatively recent conversation, he admits to not reading. What Dr. Clyde Winters did is that he pulled up the public preview of Mboli's work from the publisher and Google Books, and then he proceeded to critique a over 650 page book by only reading the preview, which was like what 32, 35 pages, and he was all wrong as two left feet in his critique of what he thought Mboli was saying and everything. So it's not a matter of the Amaral Squad hating Dr. Clyde Winters because he critiqued. Mboli welcomes critique. Mboli is an accessible person. He welcomes the critique. But that's a totally different thing. So it's not the pot calling the kettle black whatsoever. So I just want to make sure people understand that.
For me, it's a bit more that, first of all, Clyde Winter lies. And he just doesn't have it all upstairs. And it's I don't know how to explain it. He's just not a credible person at all. And again, this shows up in his scholarship, to him deciphering the Olmec text and deciphering all undeciphered language. He deciphered Melodic and all this other kind of stuff, and nobody recognizes them because they jealous of him and all this. This is the kind of stuff that he says. And we've been on the phone with him several times. And in one of those occasions, I asked him directly, if a student of yours, you assign them a book report, and they came to you and wrote a report on a book that they did not read, would you accept that paper from them? And he said yes, that he would accept and acknowledge a paper written about the text that they never read. And it was at that point, I'll say that that was the final straw, when I was like, you know what, I can't deal, because he's not serious. You know, and then nobody can verify his degrees. You know, he just does everything wrong. And so, you know, he debates people on public forums, but he's not at conferences and things of this nature, having these debates, having these discussions, because no one takes him seriously. You know, like he's like the what is it, John Anthony West, who does those wild alien pyramid, you know, type books. You know, that's he's in that section. He's there with astrology. You know, when it comes to his work, and he doesn't like when he was critiquing Mboli. This is how I really found out that he couldn't read French, because the page in which he was critiquing, he was trying to make the argument that Mboli was using Indo-European to reconstruct Negro Egyptian. And this was his proof on that page, which means he didn't read it at all. Because Mboli was talking about the prefix of agent in Negro Egyptian. Had nothing to do with Indo-European at all.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I just can't. That's someone I can't tolerate, because he just lies. And for him to be that old and to continue to lie on stuff that he's read, stuff that he's done, it's just sad.
Yeah, and I you know, I gave him a clean slate, you know, because I was already aware of what he tried to do with Mboli's work, and I saw all of that stuff, and I saw how that just blew up in his face. But even still, my encounter with him, I still, you know, gave him a fresh start, you know, gave him consideration, and I had an interaction with him, and he actually lied on me. Like he mischaracterized what I'm saying. I mean, and there it is in the comments. This happened on Facebook, and I record everything. I got it in PDF format. If people want to even read it, I can provide it for you. Hit me up, and I'll give it to you. But he was making a case that the word cassette and kasut in the plural was Cushites. It meant Cush. And I'm sitting here telling him, showing him the word and how it's not the same. And he was making an argument because overall he was trying to say the Cushites are Dravidians. He has this thing about the Cushites being everywhere on the planet Earth, basically. And I was just trying to correct him on these words and things.
He's basically the Cushite Dravidian Moors.
Right.
He substitute the Moors being everywhere and the rulers of the earth.
Exactly.
Cushite.
Exactly. No, I was just saying, and I mean, he blatantly mischaracterized what I said when what I said is right. It's still there in the group, in whatever group. I don't even remember what group we were in, but it's still there. And he was trying to say things that's not true, and I was demonstrating. I was showing the glyphs. I was showing primary sources. He even used a source incorrectly. I had to use one of his own sources and translate it there, where I think it was the autobiography of Winez, where it mentions these places in south of Kemet. People like to call it Nubia, but it's really Ta-Nehisi. And anyway, I'm just saying that I personally have encountered that situation with him. So I'm saying this for the person in the chat where they believe that we hate Clyde Winters because he critiques Mboli's work or nothing. To see, and it works two ways. People who accuse us or me personally of hating someone else, they're really projecting also the way that they operate when it comes to scholarship, because real scholars, like true core scholars and scientists, do not identify with information and do not personalize information as if that's their identity, because we would never do that, because we know how information can come and go. Information can be wrong with new data. New explanations, new data calls for new explanations. Old explanations may have to be tossed in the trash. And if you identify with it, anybody that attacks it, you take it personal. And so it's not about hate or none of that stuff. So we got to lose these words. It's not about hate and things like that. Scholars in a scholarly word, disagreement is disagreement. It's not hating or any of that kind of stuff. So people got to get that. And so look, it's 11:34, and I know we didn't get to our we didn't really go in deep at all about the Kemetic Shrine Wars, or I wanted to bring up scope and agency. So we're gonna do that in a future show, one day this week. But let me just explain what I mean by scope and agency, though, because I never even explained that. By scope and agency, I'm gonna show an example of how, at least in math or computer programming, right, you have a variable and you declare the variable, or you initialize a variable, and then you give the variable a value, and then that assignment of that value for that variable is what governs the rest of the function. And so what that does, it produces, or it frames the functions or the statements within the function based on your definitions. So you're defining a variable, or you're assigning it a value, and it will keep that value, and it governs, and it stays the same, and it governs throughout the rest of it. And conversations operate the same way. Language operates the same way. If we're going to have a conversation about God or spirit, spirituality, or spiritual, and all that kind of stuff, because of the ambiguous nature of these terms, we first have to define and come up with working definitions that will govern the whole conversation. And so that's important, because people don't understand that, and then conversations go haywire. Now, if a computer did not abide by the assignment of the variable, guess what? The computer will never function right. And so that's why these conversations never have a positive or good outcome, because nobody is assigning these variables and sticking to them, or at least even understanding the nature of how scope is formed within semantics And then when I say agency, the declaration of a value assigned to a variable is agency. You're declaring that. And it's not up for debate. If I say x equal 1, and then I say solve for x plus 9, you're going to give me the answer of 10 because you accepted my declaration of x being 1. That declaratory statement is an act of agency. I'm telling you what it is. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you that x equals 1 for this. And so agency, when it comes to societies and people's identity, having cultural agency or agency among people, you tell people who you are and what you are. And when they engage you, they have to engage you under that scope of how you see yourself. And so when we're studying these ancient cultures like Egypt, we have to allow the Egyptians their own agency, and we have to interact with ancient Egypt based on their declarations, not ours. You see, and so that's what I'm gonna kind of get into that a little bit more about scope and agency. But that's what I meant. Well, that's what I meant. I was gonna go into that tonight, but man, we definitely went 4 hours. We did our thing tonight. So I'm gonna wrap it up here. So I'm gonna pass the mic. Anybody got any brief closing remarks, and we're gonna close it out. So I think everybody can take turns.
Brief, would y'all brief?
Oh, you said would y'all brief or brief? So yeah, anybody, it's open for anybody. Anybody got any closing remarks? Anything. Going once?
Well, since we still have Asar here, okay, it was just a quick question, but I don't know. If somebody, because Boli's book is in French, so if it is translated into English and a layman person reads it, would they be able to understand it, or would they, need something, to be proficient to some kind of level in to be able to grasp what is in the book?
Are you talking about Mboli's Origin Langues book, or?
Correct.
Okay, yeah, you would have to know something about linguistics. It is not. He's not writing for the layperson, just like Cheikh Anta Diop was not writing for the layperson. People got to understand that certain things are written with. Well, I should put it like this: all texts are written with a certain audience in mind. And Mboli's book is written for linguists. Now, if you pick it up because you're interested, you have an interest in it, and you find it fascinating, that's one thing. But to really get into the nitty-gritty of his work, you have to have a background in linguistics, because you got to know how he's putting these things together and why certain methods, why certain arguments are important. And so he's having that conversation in terms of the reconstruction of African languages with other linguists. And that's what they don't understand. And so think about this. Joshua Kane and Melvin just did a part 1 and part 2 video critiquing Jean-Claude Mboli. And then Joshua Kane comes on my platform and admits that he doesn't have a background in linguistics.
Right.
So what qualified him to even understand what Mboli was saying? And so, this is the thing. This is what people don't know about, my situation with Mboli. I got wind of his book probably a year or so after it was published. And I had it in time for Aludra Volume 1, but I didn't understand and grasp it well enough to use it in my text as a model in my text. Not until you come across the work of
Disobedi.
No, even before that, Where is the Love? And actually before that, because I think before that is when I came out with that first quasi article on the meaning of Kemet. Even though it was long in his article, it's really a response to a debate we were having on EgyptSearch.com. So I wrote it because EgyptSearch.com forum was just not conducive to the kind of long information that was needed to have and continue that debate. So that article was really equivalent to a Facebook post. But in that text, I reference Mboli, in that. And so when I knew that this work was serious. But when I was looking at the way that his reconstructions looked, it looked different than what I've seen before. When the kinds of arguments, the methods he's using, it looked different than what I was seeing, from the Africana school. So instead of, saying, well, this brother doesn't know what he's talking about, I don't understand this and that, I reached out to him. And I asked him, a series of questions, that were ongoing for a long period of time. And once I got that background information and revisited the text, it started to make sense to me. And it is only when I've gotten that grasp, of the text in the underlying arguments that he was making, because he was saying stuff like Coptic and Middle Egyptian are not a continuum. When I'm first learning linguistics, we try to avoid onomatopoeia, but he argues that Negro Egyptian is born out of onomatopoeia. So it's just a lot of things that was kind of contrary to what I had learned that I needed some clarity on, and he was willing to engage with me in that manner. And so one of the things that I make sure that I do, if the author is living, I make sure first and foremost that I purchase their book and I read it. And then I reach out to the author for further questions. I don't waste their time asking trivial questions that may have been answered in the book had I read it. And so him seeing that I have a background in this and I'm trying to get clarity that I actually had read his book, he was willing to school me on some things in terms of the method and stuff like this. So once I got it and reread it, like if you have the text there, he did the same thing with Obinga. So he's talking at the beginning of his 2010 work, and he's saying that, he had to read Obinga's 1993 work several times until he got the underlying arguments and got the methodology down pat. And so I'm saying this to say that in Bowley's book, even for someone who is trained in linguistics, has to read it more than one time.
Yeah.
And so, you have individuals glossing over preview pages like Dr. Clyde Winters, thinking that, and then glossing at the back of the book where the preview was, not understanding that his book is accumulative. It's a step by step on how to do comparative linguistics. It's a textbook technically.
Right.
You know, I would be confused where he would have a reconstruction here and then he would change it later on in the book. What he was doing was going through the process with it and showing that you, with more information, you have to change your data.
Yeah,
and people won't even catch that in the text.
Yeah, the way his book is laid out, it actually rolls out as a work in progress. One thing that Mboli does is he puts you in the action. Like you have a front row seat to the process. That's the way he wrote. And when you say it's written for linguists, it puts a student of linguistics in the front seat, or passenger seat, I should say. While he's driving, you're actually observing what's going on right there in the front.
Exactly.
And it unfolds that way. Yeah. But so, all right, anybody else? Because you know, we have a tendency of doing these long goodbyes. So, anybody else? June, I know Sean's still here.
For coming on late.
No, that was cool. It would have, yeah, because you were the topic, in terms of the conversation. So, and we're gonna do the other ones by them on their own, later this week, maybe tomorrow or Thursday. So, so anybody else got anything to close with? I see a Decipher X in the chat is claiming that Clyde Winters is a linguist, and so people gotta understand that people, then it's a problem. People just repeat things, you know. Pull up, and you know, I don't expect them to do this right now, but pull up Clyde Winters' resume, his CV, and you tell me where it lists him as has a degree in linguistics. Now, that's not to say that okay, he may not be considered a linguist, and that's the argument. People have a split tongue with that argument, you know, and it's just crazy to me. So, these people, you know, like we showed Greenberg, Eric, they're not degreed in linguistics, but they're considered linguists, and we don't have a problem giving them that. But when it comes to Asar and Mboli, all of a sudden the degree matters, and that's inconsistent logic, and it boils down to just hateration. You know, when the smoke clears. But listen, if nobody else have anything else to say,
dang, and I got something on that too. Because I put that in a presentation when I was talking about, you know, computer science and linguistics, and they're showing, like, you know, for linguists, where linguists come from, that linguists come from all different other fields. And I put that in the presentation. I'm trying to figure out which one it is.
Okay, well, I'm sure you're probably gonna bring it up if you have another sit down.
Yeah. I'm because I wanted to show people that, you know, linguistics is, again, it's a tool. Like, you have people who specialize in linguistics in a particular, you know, because it's a wide range of subfields in linguistics.
Yeah.
You know, like Cambone, his PhD is not in historical comparative linguistics. It's in literature.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so, you know, philology is one aspect of linguistics.
Then you have computational, what do you call it? Psycholinguistics.
Yeah, sociolinguistics.
Right, different branches, and people lump, and it just comes from the lack of paying attention to the details. They say the devil is in the details, and everybody's scared of the devil, so they're scared of the details. But all right, well, I'm going to wrap this up. So, yeah, I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate everybody that came on and had a chance to speak. And like I said, we're gonna get into the scope and agency for sure. I don't know if we're gonna touch on the Kemetic Shrine Wars because I think the brother Unk also went live. I think he's probably giving that because I just wanted to speak on our observation of these different conversations, and I think that we could come to some kind of heads or tails with it pretty easy. But so I don't know, maybe we'll talk about that, but so the future show. But listen, I want to tell everybody who's watching now, first of all, appreciate it, but listen, our channel now has the super chat active. So if you feel generous and you feel you want to support the channel, support the Sesh as a group, the members, we would appreciate it, and we'd be very thankful because doing our kind of the research that we do and the work we do, it costs because we got to buy books. That's all we pretty much would invest in is books. A whole war chest of resources and primary sources. A lot of these books cost a lot of money. Like for example, there's like a 4-volume set of books that cost $1,200 that I would love to have my hands on. Those things, it's things like that. So the super chat is available for those who use it, and you want to help out, you want to donate or show appreciation. Hey, use the super chat. That's what it's there for, and we just activated that last week. So I appreciate Juju for being the first one to give a donation on that. I think June hooked her up with a PDF resources, and we're gonna have like little friendly competitions with the chat when we do our freestyles. Whoever answers questions properly, we're gonna have some giveaways and stuff like that. So look forward to that. But outside of that, I'm gonna say Shem Hotep on behalf of everybody, because if I allow everybody to talk now, we're gonna go another hour. So I'm gonna say Shem Hotep to the panel, and Shem Hotep to everybody in YouTube land. And I'm gonna leave with our intro outro.